we go. We're all good to go. Hi, everyone. YouTube chat is still not connected yet. I try to give it a little bit of time to connect before stream starts. So that's what that timer's all about. Let me go ahead and pull up YouTube chat just so I don't miss it. There we go. Hi, DCat. Welcome, welcome. Let me go ahead and get comfy. I was waiting on some coffee. So that's why the timer was a little bit longer than normal. But coffee's good to go, water's good to go. I feel all good to go. And hi Disco, little YouTube chat that could, exactly. Never wants to properly connect in time. Sometimes it takes 5 minutes, sometimes it takes 10 minutes. But good news is I've got it up on screen, so we're all good. Let me go ahead and start the timer. I can recall. Which one was it? It was this one. Yeah, I figured it out. There we go. But actually, I'm gonna pull us to a different screen while we're waiting. Waiting for the bot to start working. Waiting for people to come in, just flow in. And while we're doing that, let's talk. So what can you talk about today? Let me go ahead and pull up this here. And I guess to start off, let me show you the current progression of the game that we are currently working on. So I'm making a cafe sim, restaurant sim game, and it'll be a typing game and a rhythm game. And this is what these streams are for Pixelart. We're doing all things related to it for the art part, the art aspect. And past few streams, I've done the coding and programming. Oh, looks like it's connected. Perfect. Let me make sure I have that timer going. Let's see. Where's a clock I can put on my screen so I can make sure we're staying on schedule. Clock. There we go. And go ahead and where's the actual timer? Got ya. Okay. So I don't lose track. 3 minutes. We have about 3 minutes left. Okay. Let me show you a particular screen. If I can figure out the right screen. This one? There it is. Hi, look, it's you. Down here in my games, or if you're on Twitch, you can just do !games. But on my Itch right now, the prototype for the typing aspect of the game is out. That's nice. I spent all week doing that. Hence why, not really any videos or anything. I was in full focus mode for getting this to work properly, and good news is that it's now working. It's now able to be seen, and let me go ahead and let's see, where is it at? This one? There we go. How cool is that? Go down to options. Give it a try if you like. This will basically be the everything's dying. This will basically be the game. So if this isn't up to par with what you're interested in doing, you probably won't like this game, but well, it would appear I still have some testing stuff on it, but it works. And you just type to the beat, and at the end, it gives you a score and sees how they like it. We'll see. OUNDWHISP and P. There we go. And that is that for now. And we'll be hopefully adding on to this via it works. It does indeed, though. I still have my the green box isn't supposed to be there. I'll fix it after stream. Good news, it's working and it's great. And let me move us back here. There we go. And we have about a minute left. Let me go ahead and do that. But yes, indeedy, it works and it's great. It's wonderful. I'm so glad I got it working. Took all week, but it was well worth it, as my goal is to finish this game within 3 months. And we're approaching the end of the month 1. So hopefully we'll make the world that we'll be playing in. And then that's the actual game mechanic itself. Then, yeah. Today, tomorrow, we'll work on making the actual cafe for Necrotype Cafe, as right now, the only part of Necrotype Cafe is the type part. And that'll be fun. let me pull back up the other screen so I can tell which screens I'm looking at. Let's see. Let me go ahead and grab this one and swap it back over to what it was so I can tell. And where are we at? Just adding, there we go. So our time's up. Timer over. Timer done. So we're gonna get into things. And let me go to proper screen, which would be this one. Transition. Okay. And let me open this. Oh, where are we at? It would be in here. Wonderful. Okay. The way things work, I try to keep it as organized as best I can. We're gonna spend 5 minutes looking at some pixel art, trying to dissect it and see what we can figure out about it. Next up, we'll look at some resources, talk about what building interiors are, what we'll actually be drawing. I'll show you some inspiration that I hope to do and just some ideas I had, and then we'll try designing one. And it'll probably take today and tomorrow, which is why I have them both scheduled. That is the great parts. Look, it's always simple, but it's long. That's the best way I like to describe it. So on to pixel art of the day. Let's move on to concepts. And while that's changing, let me go ahead and get my tablet out. Pixel art of the day is a section I like to do where we look at some art done by more professionals and try to see why we like the art, or I pick out art I like. I go through Twitter or on, or Pinterest to see what art, and I try to choose something related to the topic. So since we're talking about interiors, this art is an interior and it is by Gregorine, I think. And I think the best way to do or draw pixel art is to get lots of input. I'm always trying to consume pixel art, and I think this is a great way, especially if you don't have enough time to draw pixel art, to still do something related to pixel art. Like, maybe try to do a pixel art of the day every day. It's like pixel art out of the stream, isn't it? Alright, so let me go ahead and have this timer down here. Shadow's up there, so we're all good to go. And 5 minutes. And start. Okay. I've been trying to get better at just noticing things. For example, immediately when I look at this, I try to think about maybe, how do I feel when I look at it? It's like a cathedral, right? You can tell what's going on. I'd say that's through readability. So I'll go ahead and write that down on there. You can just say, looks like some sort of, oops. Is it too big? There we go. Some sort of church, maybe? Oh, these are definitely way too huge. Let's see. Lower down a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. Sizing. How about this one? Okay, that's much better. Great. It's some sort of church, I'd say. Great. It's got these statues going on. It's got these pillars and candles. But I'm kind of getting a more so ominous feel. I might think this is like maybe a boss battle. You might walk in here and think you're gonna fight this guy since he's in the center of a room. I'm gonna say this has a very spooky feel. S-P-O-O-K-Y. And I think the spooky is because of the purple. I'll just write that on there. Purple. P-L-E. Speaking of colors, I'd say most prominent colors are probably purple and yellow. Probably purple, yellow, and green, right? You have this green carpet, you've got these green flags, so maybe purple, yellow, green, and blue. Yeah. Let's do colors, purple, yellow, green, blue. Purple, U-R-P-L-E. Purple, yellow. We have green. And we have blue. Now, techniques. This was one I added recently as it's something as simple as looking at the way the lines are drawn, or even here you can kind of see with the way the rocks are drawn in, these dots that they have. Small things of that nature where it's like, here, not all of the rocks are drawn. It's the shape of a rock, right? They're kind of using different shapes to show off what they're trying to show. Show off what they're trying to show. Trying to accomplish, I think is the best way to say it. With pixel art, you can get away with shapes and shape language, and some blobs can just turn out to be something completely different. I think there's definitely a lot of detail in this, especially when you zoom out. When you zoom in, you can kind of see all the little brush strokes that go into it. For example, here, this is a form of dithering, I believe, where, let me move this a little bit. The color is transitioning and changing, but it's stylistic. It's kind of got this swoosh effect going. And when you zoom out, it looks like it's fading from one color to another. I'd say it's very stylistic, right? Let's add on here, styling, I guess, a dithering, right? Their use of dithering is interesting. H-E-R-I-N-G. Again, with this, they're being very, what's the word? I've tried to think about this earlier before as well, where the less lighting there is, the less light equals less detail. And you can tell here where it's less lighting up here, so there's less detail. And given that into consideration, I definitely think that's a technique. Oops. Oh, if it'll let me press space. Oh, I don't think it will. It's not. Was I using middle click? I don't remember. But technique. I'd say, there we go. And 3 there. I'd say their technique involves a lot of detail. Let's just put less shading, equal detail. Less light, or shadow equal no detail. How about that? Shadow, oops. Shadow equal less detail. But I mean, even for some parts, like that stone in particular, especially when you're zoomed at it from far away. Have you ever made boats before? You're working on a massive steamboat and in need of spice? Nope, I have not made a boat before, but making a boat sounds fun. I think maybe we could try doing a topic on that sometime. Boats, that sounds like fun. A detail on boats. I've done water, but not boats specifically. I definitely start off with trying to find resources that have boats and people who've drawn boats, but that might be a tricky topic to look at. I do wish you luck. And yeah, okay. I think that's it. Yeah. Boats! I can believe it! I most certainly can. Oh, look at these swirls as well. I didn't even notice. Some swirls and cracks. Sort of ominous. It gives off a nice feeling. But yeah, boats. I can assume they're awful. That is... Oops. That is the pixel art of the day, though. So let's move on to some resources. Nice and quick. And to do that, we go back into here. It seems to be very laggy today. That's no bueno. Down here, you can either do !talks, or you can go down to the description in YouTube. And down here in our, okay, making sure it's working, but study documents. This one's different from the character documents. This is specifically for buildings. I've gone through and watched some videos. Now, I couldn't find any tutorials, but I found a lot of time lapses. So most of these are time lapses you can look at just people drawing things related to buildings, be it interior or exterior. And that's one thing I've noticed recently, is that I've been watching a lot more time lapses, as there's not a lot of tutorials. So I've been thinking maybe I should upload more time lapses on here to the YouTube, as I think that'd be helpful. There's some articles to read and sprite resources. These are the few games that I was able to find that had buildings, environments. Sprite resource is a place you can go for video game resources that people have pulled. For example, in this Pokemon, there's all these backgrounds and buildings, and you can go in and look at all of these, and you can download them into your pixel art of choice, pixel art platform of choice, like Aseprite or even GIMP, and download them and look at them in higher detail, compared to, for example, what we just did, where I don't actually have the file of that artwork, so I can't really get good and nitty-gritty with it all. As for itch.io, usually there's a lot of resources on it, but I couldn't find many building parts. So I found this one, this top-down house, which just has some furniture. And I thought this might be handy for what we're gonna do since we're doing interior and a cafe, and it has tables, chairs, sofas, things of that nature. So I thought this would be helpful in that aspect, but not things like doors or windows. But the good news is we're building a basement, so we won't need windows. With that said, that's all our resources. And I can go ahead and bring us back to this screen as what's next on the agenda. Let's see. Building interiors. Perfect. Alrighty then. In that case, I'll bring you over to Aseprite. And I'll get some coffee while I'm at it. Yep. It's still warm, which is good. Last time it was super cold. Hello, Colonel. Welcome back. I am doing great. I'm very excited. So on here, we have all of the games that I showed you on that document. These are the main characters of the games. For example, we have the Pokemon one, and since we were talking about that one, let's start off with that one. And that's this little guy. It's important to think about, at least when doing backgrounds, as this will be backgrounds to a video game. If you're doing backgrounds for just art pieces, I think it's different as you're not limited to what you can do. For video games, at least, you have to consider how the player's looking at it, how the player's interacting, if the sprite or your character or whatever you need to look at is visible. For example, in this Pokemon guy, I think it's this one, yep. Look at this entire file, and we can just zoom in, and it's a part of the game screen. And let me go ahead and press the new layer. And what I wanted to show off is, I can take this little Pokemon guy, and he kind of fits in, doesn't he? Kind of moves around. You can put him in different environments and see how it feels, see how he fits. You can scale him in, well, not scale him, but put him next to things and think, all right, this character is this big, this chair is this big. Is that what I want for my game? And it's just nice how you can move around and go everywhere you want. What I wanted to take a look at here was some of the characters in their own environments. Yeah, it's neat, right? And hi, Disco, welcome. But yeah, neat in the sense that we'll probably have to come back to this and look at it a lot. Even this computer example, this computer is as big as they are. Maybe in another game, the computer's not that big. For another scale, as I also put them side by side in size comparison, like the Pokemon guy's a little one, and mine is 32 by 32, just about. Let's look at Stardew Valley for an example. And up here, which one is Stardew Valley, if I can remember? There's a lot of them. Let's see. Nope. Stardew Valley. And down here in Stardew Valley, oops. New layer, just paste. I want to bring notice to how small the character is in terms of the environment, right? Compared to, if we go back to that, let's see. I'm gonna have to close some of these. But compared to an environment like this, right? This character feels bigger than, and let me move it over here so it's a little bit easier to see. We have here, I can close some of these now. Yeah, close this one. You can keep that one. For example, this character feels bigger in this environment compared to this character, right? They feel smaller because everything's bigger. Everything's kind of scaled differently. And that's going to be important to try to figure out when we're drawing this environment for our cafe. How big do we want it to be in comparison to our character? Especially when we're walking around and everything. How big do we want the tables and so on? Let's take a look at Deltarune, which is this one. Wrong one. And that would be here, for example. Let me go ahead and do new layer. Now this character, these frames are small. I've noticed it as well. It's the different art styles, and it's like, this is a really simple bed, all things considered. And it works. The wallpaper is 2 colors, nothing much else, and I definitely think in a lot of ways I'm overthinking my pixel art, and it definitely helps to look at other games, for example, and compare and contrast them. I definitely think that this is gonna be good. This is gonna work out. And one more example. This would be a game screen, and this is the character in the game. Feels a lot bigger, right? Compared to everything else. It's a really big screen compared to, well, really big screen compared to Again, maybe something like Stardew Valley, where the screen's like this big. And with that said, let me go ahead and close some of these. This is just an example of what a game screen would look like actually in a game. The game might only be centered this way, but when you're in the game, this is all part of one big file. So you don't have to separate files, which I think is neat as well. Getting a behind the scenes and how game files look. So I'll go ahead and close this one. We only really need one example. This one I wanted to show off just because it was a different style. It's not my style, but it's interesting. It's like a highly detailed version. It's for this guy here. For a game called Chrono Trigger. Put them in game. They definitely stand out, but I think because they're so detailed, they kind of fit in as well. Now, I'm not sure about the game screen size, but I'm assuming it would be either this big or you can walk around and everything. The bed's definitely a lot bigger than the character, and then this is some more backgrounds that we can hopefully take inspiration from later on. And with that said, let me close some of these guys. We'll probably need this one, right? Because we're doing a cafe. This is kind of a bar. We don't need this one as it's a bedroom. And we can close. It's cool to see how varied, yeah. That's why I like choosing a lot of examples. It's nice to see different styles, I do agree. It's not saved that one. All right, so we have 2 Stardew Valley. We have 1 Pokemon here, as there's a lot of examples on this one. And, oh, almost lost ya. Now, let's see, Pokemon. All right, Pokemon, Stardew Valley, Deltarune, and Chrono Trigger. And let's just choose this one. This one's a little bit simpler. Let's go with this one for Chrono Trigger. And there. Definitely interesting as well to see the size comparison to everything. We'll go ahead and that's all good to go. And I was reading a book on one of the resources. Am I freezing again? Oh no. This is the recommended size your art should be about. What I was reading, and that's pretty big, isn't it? And let me go ahead and do about this. If I can smush it correctly. This is 240 by 160. And I'm curious to see how big this is in comparison to other things. For example, this is smaller than all of that. We go to Stardew Valley, new layer. This takes just about the entire game screen of one room, which is important as we'll only be doing one room, just the cafe aspect or area. It's something interesting to note. And one more. Yeah, just about. So it seems like the book was right. And we'll go ahead back to here and right canvas size. Let's zoom enlarge as we're probably gonna need a lot of different sizes. I'll go ahead and make this opacity 100. That way I can fill everything else in and then lower it again. I just don't like looking at the checkered feel. And with that said, we can go ahead and next layer, we can group all of these guys up into a new layer, new group, just so we can have everything to hide. And this will be our actual top layer, or we already have one, don't we? Okay, so we talked about background. Lastly to talk about is inspiration, as I think it's important to have some inspiration before going into something. I want to do a sort of magical feeling cafe, but at the same time, I wanted to start off as looking like a basement. But as you progress in the game, you can customize it a little bit more. So these are kind of some pixel art rooms, environments I really liked. I want to do a sort of shiny flooring like this. Hello, Jacob. Welcome back. I want to do a sort of shiny floor feel to it. These are just some magical rooms, environments that I think we could do. I'm thinking, for example, to start out, maybe the floor can be stone, but maybe as you progress, you can change it to be either tiling or maybe it can go wooden. Things like that. I like, for example, this pattern in the background for the wallpaper. Maybe we can do something like that. Down here, it's just more tiling, more ideas to get inspired, a whole inspiration board, if you will. And if we go over here, these are some real life examples. I consider these more of a magical example for what a cafe might look like. We have a lot of colors for this one. This one's more flowery based, and this one's more of a fantasy feel where they kind of have trees. I thought that was an interesting idea. Down here we have some actual crates, which I think is important because it'll be a cellar basement environment. So this is kind of, when you're starting out, you'll have crates to work off of and crates to put tables on. This is some examples of just crates and cellars of real life. These are some basement restaurants I was able to find. And then lastly, up here, we have some more Gothic restaurants I was able to find, as that's the end goal, is that you start off with a basement-looking basement, but by the end, you've got a refined cafe-ish restaurant kind of feel. And I like a lot of the architecture here that I hopefully will be able to add. Just some more examples of Gothic, and again, this is kind of has a shiny floor, but that's because of the windows. With that said, let's get some ideas going, and I can show you what we have thought of in the past. Let me pull it up and go back to concept. And here in concept, these are some game screen ideas that were had. For example, this would be the stair area, this would be a table here, maybe there's a table here, here, and here. Then you come over to this screen, and this is where you would actually do the summoning or cooking part of the game. There's some barrels, some crates, a desk here. Maybe the game screen instead looks like this, where they have tables, chairs. It's very small, like the classroom that we saw compared to everything else. Or maybe, let's see if I can find it. Try to group everything together. Oh. It is a big screen. All ideas from the game. I thought I grouped everything together, but I did not. So let me see if I can find it really quickly. The game screen idea I had. I think it's down here, is it? No. Oh boy. Yeah, I do like looking back, but I'm trying not to swap to a different one. But if I can't find it, I'll just draw out what I'm trying to describe. I have some of these guys down here. Nope, I don't think I see it. So in that case, we'll just have to draw it out, it seems. Just more than okay. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to smaller version. I'll bring you to this screen for a second so I can swap back and forth. And then we'll go into the screen. Yep. And I'll bring you right back over. And while I'm at it, drink some coffee. Okay. So, starter ideas and beginning out. Let me go ahead and grab our main character, as I think that'll be important. Let me grab her, and I'll just grab a screenshot of her. That'll be the easiest of exporting her and everything. So we'll go new, and then grab a screenshot of her, file, save as, and we'll do this, get B. And then I should just be able to paste her. Look at her! And shrink her down. Let's say she is 3 tall. Let's work in metrics here. Try to figure out something a little bit better. Probably this, right? Hi, Dark. Welcome. Welcome back. Alright, so she's this big. How big do we want our screen to be? And that's where that other sizing comes into play. For example, and let me see if I can do this super quickly back on our Aseprite. Yep. Here. And I'll show you what I'm doing. Oh, if it'll let me. Hold on. You made your first bouncing ball? Oh, congratulations! Animation can be very tricky, but the bouncing ball is always fun. I'd love to see it if you'd love to show it. A few days ago? Congrats! What I'm doing here is highlighting all of this area. Did you have fun doing it? If I highlight all of this area, I'm just making this black and hiding this. And actually, let's do it this way. Makes it a little bit easier. Yeah, that's good! Trying to show off ratios. And then I will screen cap. And paste it into here so we can see. And then we'll go to our other example, which is here. I'll zoom out a little bit. I'll then do it again with the new layer. What I'm trying to do right now, at least, is just trying to get a scope of what something might look like. We'll go down here and then get another screen cap and do once more, and then I'll do a paste back in concepts. Trying to make sure I keep everything to scale here. And then lastly, let's do here and grab everything. Oh no, did I add Chris to the background? Hold on. Undo. Paste. Ah, there we go. How do you paste these references in Aseprite? They are in, what is it? They're from a website called Sprite Resource, and you can download the actual references. So if you do !docs, you should get a link to it, and then at the bottom it should be something like Sprite Resource, and then you can click it and it'll bring you to whatever game you want that has it. I try to add some games that do have it. But it's a little tricky, but I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. And I'll go back into here, grab this character, and go ahead and do this last one. Copy, go back in, and which one was it? This one? Paste. And then I'll screen cap, just so I can show you what I'm doing. And then that'll be the last character that we have as an example. And we'll do this. And then we'll go back into concept. Here we are, our 3 examples. You can tell, well, I hope, with the black background now, how much the character takes up the screen compared to everything else. For example, here, this character is super tiny and it's a really big screen. This character, also pretty tiny. This character's a lot bigger. So now the question comes into play, how big do we want the screen? And I think that'll be figured out depending on our furniture size, right? So let's start off maybe by making some furniture and then going from there, as we'll be able to plot out the furniture and figure out where to put the furniture in the room itself. So with that said, I'll move us back to Aseprite. I this is a guess. I am winging it as I go. We'll see. Back into Aseprite here. We'll go ahead and hide these guys. I'll grab the main character, if I can, there, and make a new layer, paste her there, hide all of this. Now, previously we did a mock-up of the furniture with the tables and chairs. So let me go ahead and grab that. And it would be, let's see, it'd be here, and I go into this folder, Aseprite, and then we have character, you? Nope, not you. It would be, let's see, wizard compiled. There we go, it's this one. It's these guys, and they're sitting. Get an idea for how maybe it might look. So this is the table aspect. And I'll copy the tables, that's these guys. And we can paste the tables here. That's what the tables I had to look like. And just a mock-up design. And we'll keep this open just in case. And I'll close this guy. Try to keep things a little bit organized here. Alright, so if Gabby is this big, and I'll write that here. We'll move her down. We don't need things in detail quite yet, but we need it to be, I guess, at least when you're doing pixel art, you need to figure out the smallest size, and it's what are you trying to get people to notice? For example, I want the eyes to be the most noticeable, so they're the biggest, as I want expressions and everything, and oh, would you look at that? There we go. You saw nothing. Let's go ahead and take this chairs. And I do want to redo the chair animations. I guess a good idea would also be to grab these guys, wouldn't it? I'll copy them and also paste them down. And we don't need you guys, so another day. And go ahead and grab that guy, make him smaller. These are the actual customers. This was the idea that we had the wizards. This wasn't the final one, but it was the idea here. We have the wizards and the chairs. And depending on how we style the chairs and everything is how the wizards will be able to be styled. Let's go ahead and hide the chairs. And I'll go ahead and delete this. Oh, if I can remember how to delete. And let's lower the opacity of this a little bit. Thinking of like a basement-y feel. Little tricky. I want everything to blend in with one another, and her robe looks weird. 1 second. Let me reopen her thing. Is that how it looks on here? Huh. Supposed to look like this one. Let me grab that one. Let's see if I can. I see. Gaia. Okay, so it is supposed to look like that. Gaia. Okay. Let's go ahead and I guess start with maybe a black outline. Kind of trying to get in the idea. I think keeping it that 16 by 16 is a good idea. The size, at least, as a start. These chairs, and maybe make sure I also grab the wizards when I do this. These chairs were about this size, or in this layer. Go ahead and grab that. And one thing also to keep in mind is perspective, how big we want the ratios to be. For example, the chairs right now are kind of like this, where there's a little bit at the top, a little bit at the bottom. I'll get a lighter color to, lighter color to represent the top, or I guess the bottom in this case. And then a lighter color to represent the top. And that's a great idea. And then we kind of just took the corners. So it's a thing of how much perspective do we want? It could look like this, or if we go back here, maybe it's more so like this. But when you notice, when I move it down, it looks like we're really looking down at it. If I move it up, let me go back over here. If I move it up, that changes the perspective again, where it's more like we're looking at it more straight. And then you can keep going where either you're looking at it directly. For example, maybe all of this is filled in too. And now you're looking at the side. Or maybe you're completely looking at the top. So it's a matter of how do we want this perspective to look? And I think this is a pretty good perspective, the one we had. Maybe a little bit less, as I want to have food on the table, so I do want them to keep that perspective in mind. Let's see, doing like this. If it's a table, maybe we kind of separate it a little bit and move it all the way out, like there. And then if it's like this, grab you and grab you. Maybe that's like a table because it's like a crate. You could bring the perspective down, but it's the thing of, when we're making food, how do we want the food to look? For example, if we go back to the chrono trigger, their plates and their tables are straight on. But they have to be straight on, at least from this example, because you're really looking down at everything. For example, and let me make this a little lighter to make it a little bit easier to. Oh, will it not let me change the background? Hold on. I want to change the opacity of this, but it won't let me change the opacity. Maybe I have to change... you cannot move a copy below the background layer. Interesting. Alright, well I'll just paste the layer again, I guess. This part can be weird sometimes. I'll hide this, and then I can change the opacity. Yep. Okay. So for example, with this chair, trying to say... Let me go back here to just grab these outlines. This chair, you can see, you can see about that much of the chair, right? And then this is all the bottom part of the chair. And let me grab that color and that color, and we'll go back to chrono trigger. This is the light color, and then this is the dark color. And then if I move back over, this is the perspective for that game, which is a lot different than ours. And maybe if we look at well, we have some chairs here. You can kind of see. This one also seems to be maybe more akin to that one. We can try and test it. As I like this table a lot more. You can definitely see more of the table compared to everything else. So let's try also going back to this table or chair. And all of that. And then all of that. And then we have the, this one's the dark color. Fill that in, and then we have the light color. And where we go? Here. Oh. But it seems we have the wrong color. There we go. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna have to add a filter. Yeah, that's probably best. Alright, let's try also looking at this table. I want to see what the perspective is on this table. I feel like that'll be super helpful. So I'll grab all of that part of the table. And then grab the bottom part of the table. Like that. And then we can go ahead and grab our other colors. And fill this in. And then grab it. And we can go back and paste. Oops. New layer paste. If our layer will show, I copy it wrong. Hold on. This one? It's this layer. Maybe Aseprite wants me to select it. Copy. And paste. There we go. That's our table selection. Maybe a good idea is to select what we have currently. For example, this one is Stardew Valley. This one is, if I can slide and move, merge down. This guy is Chrono Trigger. Let's go back to Chrono Trigger. And let's go ahead and grab this table. The table would be more so this. These are the corners and the sides. Oh, I can draw straight lines. All of that and that. And then bottom part is that and that. I grab this guy, bring him all the way across, and then can fill it in. And grab this corner. Copy and paste. That's interesting. Let's drag it down a little bit. The thing of, we move this down. I've changed, it stays the same just about. I guess the length of the table is what we need to also figure out. Kind of need to block things in is what I'm figuring out. For chair-wise at least, this one's Stardew Valley, right? This is table and chair from games. I'm thinking what we can do is, I'll move this guy down, oops. As I do want some table space, that is important. If we're keeping it about this size, maybe we can up it a little bit to add more perspective, but not too much. We're not looking too down at it. Erase that guy, fill that in, and then maybe the chair is this size. I did like this one. The table would have to be a little bit taller, but I think that's good. Maybe the chair's a little bit shorter, but then you also have to remember to keep legs in mind, so that's why this is as tall as it is, because these legs need to hang off a little bit. Then let me double check that this is the right, yeah, just about sits on that seat, so we can keep that as our mock-up seat. This table though needs to be a little bit taller, and that's where extending it comes into play. Maybe extending it up like that. And how are we looking in terms of table sitting? Probably taller. So it's gonna have to poke out of that tile sizing. Maybe we see less of it because we're going up higher. So maybe it's like this, and then we see the sides look like that. That way it shows off it's a very high, blocky table. And then if we go back to here, yeah, it seems a little bit more in line with what we have. Well, I think that's good. And then if this is our table size, let's try making a few tables. I'll go ahead and do this as perspective. PIVE. And we can go ahead and hide all these guys. And make new layer. Paste this. So if this is, oh, you know what I forgot about as well? Oh, thank you for the raid. Is it Kazuhara? Welcome. I hope I said it right. But welcome, welcome everyone. we're just working on some furniture for the cafe I'm working on from the game. And speaking of, I need to open up the frame size. Where is it at? View, preview, preview, like that. Hi. Lemony chest. I hope I said that right too. Let's see. You can copy this. Just right now trying to make a mock-up for what the game can look like. It's gonna be a restaurant game. So we need some servers and tables. That's what these guys are. I'm thinking maybe we can have a game screen that looks like this, where we have some tables. Had some ideas earlier. There's a thing of, do we want to have a table? Not table, but maybe we want to have a seat like here. Do you want the person to be able to sit there and wait? Do we want it to have here maybe? You need to get back into Pixelart? You should! And thank you for the follow. I think you should. Pixelart's fun. If this is a table, maybe we want some other table variations. It's a thing of, do we want the tables on the wall? Do we want the table to have different areas? For example, maybe we want a table to sit on the side of a wall. If this is the sideways feel of the table, and it's interesting as well, it's like, since this is our main character, when she walks past, this is the table height. That's the table height we want. I think it'll work. Table heights in other games. Let's see. This table height's not too bad. It's a very long table, but compared to everything else, I think it works. And then, let's see. Hide that. That's about chair height. These heights aren't that bad. Kind of just depends on the sizing and everything. Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab this and paste it. Oh, I grabbed everything. Let's go ahead and not grab everything. I only need to grab a select few. So I will select this layer, move this guy over a little bit, and copy. Oops. Copy, I said. Are we good now? Great. So if we want a table that hugs the wall, you'll be lurking for a while because your stomach requires attention from anything you can find. Feel free to lurk. Thank you for the raid, and I hope you find sustenance. Let's see. If it's hugging the wall, maybe it looks like this instead. The table, at least. Maybe you're walking by the table. We make it one wide, or this wide. It doesn't have to hug the wall then. If we move Gavi up to here, the table might be, for example, this tall, or this wide, I guess would be the best way to say it. Right, and then we can go ahead and do, let me move over here. Right now we're just trying to figure out a layout, a good layout, as going in without a plan is a horrible idea. And a thing I've done many times, and I regret it, but I've learned. Let's see. If the perspective is this tall, oops, this tall, and this is the side, then it kind of shows you're looking down at it more compared to everything else. If we take these, these tables, or tables, these chairs again, and we go ahead and grab them, then the person could sit at a table, maybe like this. Or it's a 4-man table compared to a 2-man table. Might look something like that a little bit. That's not too bad. I think maybe it has to be lowered a little bit compared to everything else. Maybe we might drag this perspective down the ish there. Oh, why am I writing that in? I can just bucket. Something like that might be good for the table. Maybe we can also move it down a smidge just to try to keep it, as when this transforms into a game, we're gonna probably have a few issues with getting everything in line, but I don't think that looks bad for just perspective-wise. So I'm thinking maybe the seats can come down a little bit. I'll go ahead and grab this guy, as it's like, they kind of look like they're from 2 different games, don't they? Or at least 2 different environments. Let me zoom out a little bit. If she's walking back and forth, oops, let me move her top layer. Oh, problem has occurred. She looks evil like this. She's a nice person. I'm trying to tell her she is. There we go. Nice and happy. Okay, so she's walking. This is walking. She's walking past people who are sitting at the table. Let's grab those wizards again, just for example's sake. And let me move them. Let me slide them, see if I can make them feel a little bit more in line with the actual world. And then slide them up a bit. Just mock up customers who are sitting down and everything. Maybe it might be more like that. Might have one that looks more like this. So she's walking, and they go behind her. Walking around the cafe and everything. I think this is a fine height. I think this looks fine. However, when we go to this table feels a little funny, doesn't it? Let's see. Let's grab those wizards again and see if we can do the same trick we did before. This one sits here. They sit fine, actually. Surprisingly. That one works out fine. This guy, how do you work? Yes. No, they work. And let me duplicate. Lower this down. And I'll grab you. I want to swap you. And look at that, it looks like a full table of wizards. Sitting down, let me slide you up one. Right, you need to be up one. Like here, probably. And then we can go back here. Oh, I really do like how that looks. And now that I can actually see it, it's not too bad, but I think the table's gonna have to be a little bit wider to show off the foods they're eating and drinking. Let's see. We can go back to the wizards copy. They're just all our customers. That's what those are. And these are our table mock-up. And with that said, let's think about plating. I think that's important, as I'm not sure what size food I want to do, but I want the food to be very expressive, as this is a core part. You're making the food to serve to people, and it'll be a thing of, I love the wizards design so much, thank you! I really am happy with how they came out. They just need to be cleaned up a little bit, but overall, it's coming along wonderfully. Let's see. Plate-wise, if we do what they did in here in Chrono Trigger, it's a very flat plate. I think I have examples up in here of different plates and foods. Let's see. Yeah, here's a plate Stardew Valley has. Here's a plate. Got one more plate. A semi-plate that Omori has. I think I said that right. Omori? Or is it Omari? I think it's Omori. This is a plate that they have with different plating and everything. Let's see. I think there's a plate down here. Yep. There's a tray we have, and then we also have a pie. So it's interesting to... I always have fun looking at the different sprites from different games and seeing. So when I think plate, I think of making something flat. So something like... Oops. Something like that, I'm thinking. Let me go ahead and slide you over. So you work as a middleman. Looks like a face, doesn't it? But something like this. This will be a bowl though, wouldn't it? You can grab a brighter purple color, maybe a little bit warmer. Something like that is what I think of when I think plate, but if it's flat, it might look more like this. This might be more akin to a plate. We do like a drink, well, we will be doing drinks, but overall it's thinking of, alright, well, what's the size that everything needs to be? And I'm thinking, at least, when you summon the food walks to the table. That'd be a fun idea, where the food, this living being, walks to the table and then becomes an actual food item that people can eat. And you can see sort of different things. This is a plate here, a very big plate, so we need to make the plate smaller. Let's try. Go in and maybe make it a little bit really small. How about this? That is a very tiny plate. But it works a lot better than everything else did. That plate would go there, and then... well, the plate would go under the wizards. Let's do that. Grab this plate. They'd have the plate. They sit with the plate. I'm not too sure. I don't like that it's one kind of out and everything. Looks a little off. Maybe we can make the plate shorter. Now see, this is, at this point, it's like, sure you're making a cafe game? Is that a plate? Is that really a plate? Another way we can go is doing really oversized food. For example, maybe we were doing like a chocolate sundae sort of feel. Let me just make this, let's do this color. A little brighter color so we can see it a little bit better. Like here, maybe I keep choosing colors that are actually in the game. But if it's like a chocolate sundae sort of thing, you get this like big container that they'd be able to eat from. Maybe like a spoon. That might be how big the food is. If they get a, what another thing? They might get like a cake slice. So maybe the cake slice is like this big, and then this is cake slice that they eat. And it's big food that you can see from very far away. Kind of looks like sliced cheese. So if that's the case, that's as big as we need the actual food to be. And then I think having the food animated or have eyes and legs and arms would be fun and very creepy and very in line with a necromancer, as she's kind of raising the undead or unbred in this case. So this is kind of the food size I'm thinking of. And if that is the case, we need the tables to be able to house it. Maybe if the people are sitting like this, they're getting a duo order, probably. And we can go ahead and go back to our table mock-up and grab this table since those hands aren't sitting on the table. We can hide our wizards and slide that over. And it would look like this instead. That way the wizards aren't hovering. But if we grab our mock-up food, copy it, oops. If it'll let me copy it and paste it. Oh, I didn't copy the right layer. Let me go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and grab you and paste you. Oh, where'd you go? I see, okay. We'll just move you over since you're being a little stubborn. And copy you and paste. There we go. For example, maybe these double seats are sharing food, or they're all sharing a big sundae that they can eat together. Maybe you have to order 2 meals or something. We could do that, or maybe the tables are a bit bigger for the side ones. So if we hide this again, we gotta move Gabby. Let's move her down here. Down here. I can extend this a little bit so we get a little bit more preview up top. And then I'll copy the tables. Oops. That'll copy the tables. And go here. And then maybe what we can do instead is do something like this, where we move these guys over here. Like that. And then we extend the table over. Like that. And grab more space. That way we have more to work with in terms of table design. Oops. Like that. And grab that. I think that can look nice. Let's see. We'll grab the wizards and the wizards copy. And at this point we have 2 of these guys, so we can get a little creative. Let's grab you and copy you. Paste you here. Are you sitting about here? Yeah, this is where they were sitting at. And I'll grab the other one and slide them here. And then back at this table, or not table, the initial wizards, the front wizards. We'll copy that and paste it. And too many wizards. Okay. Instead, let's just delete you. We don't need too many layers. Some are fine. I wanted to copy you. Paste you on the same layer. There we go. So then I can go ahead and do see, trying to make sure I have the right angles. These will definitely be changed, but for right now these are the mock-up. As if we didn't do the mock-up, we wouldn't be able to have an idea of how things would look after. So it's nice we did this. And now that we have this big space, what we can do then is go back to our food. And now if you look, it's a lot easier to see the food being served, right? I think this is better. Or at least you can see when people are ordering different things. It's probably good to be this size instead of this one size. Or if it is this one size, it would be a thing of... Let me go ahead and get rid of this guy. They will no longer exist in this world. Get rid of you too. And go ahead and clean up this table mock-up. It might look something like this instead, where it is to one side of the wall. Let me zoom out a little bit and go ahead and do this. And let's see. Now, I'm looking at this, wondering, oh, also the music stopped, which means I forgot to loop it. There, we should be all good to go. Yep. Okay, where were we? Wizards. These guys, now I'm not too sure about the food feel, right? We will definitely have to stop at some point and design some of the food. But for now, I'm liking this. It's just a matter of finding the right positions that the food will have to be at. The milkshake thingy kind of looks like the head of a Frankenstein monster. I mean, it's not a bad thing. We are dealing with a necromancer, and I'd say Frankenstein was a necromancer. In a way, right? That's good, that's great. Let's see. This is our food layer. Oh, that is a hand. That is no longer a hand. Let's go ahead and grab that, and I think that's good. If anything, they might have to have a different animation or a different way to sit when they're sitting at the table, which will be a little bit more work, but not too much. Let me go grab some drink. I can see it though. The silhouette of the monster. The drink out of the head. Ooh, I like that idea. I like that a lot. It's like a skull cup sort of thing. That'd be cool. That'd be great. I like that idea. Okay, so I think these are good for tables. Lastly, I'm wondering if we should have a table that goes downwards. For example, maybe a table that you can go ahead and copy this and paste this guy right up here. Maybe a table that looks like this, and grab you and fill all of you in. And grab you, where they're sitting at a table in this way. But truthfully, I don't really like the look of it that well. Yeah, I'm not really feeling that one. Necromancy. Oh no. It'd be cool. It'd be fun. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I think this sort of table design's not the design we're looking for. I think these read a lot clearer and a lot better, and it also offers us a way to have 2-person seating and 4-person seating, which is the standard. You might have a 6-person seating, but at that case, you could just add more layers, and I think that works out great. And it also allows us to have a way to have little speech bubbles when we're able to. It's like a speech bubble here, or even here for wherever we want their food to, or for them to say, hey, I want food, give me food, I want to order some food. And let me label this food. There we go. And Gabby here, just checking, moving her around. Oops. I don't know what I did. I think I made a brush. Huh. As he was saying, she'll be able to walk down the lines, for example, walk up and down the lines to check things. She'll be able to go through each and pass through and walk around, and I think that's good. I think that is a great place to start. With that in mind, now we can figure out some layout designs and figure out maybe what's the max capacity we want the cafe to be. With that said, we can go ahead and go back to these wizard table mock-ups, as this is our only tables. And we can go ahead and hide these guys, and we can go ahead and merge them down as well. They've been very helpful, and I'll move them. Oop, forgot about the food. We'll move all of you up here. There we go. About here, right? That's the, yep. There we go. That's all the tables we have to work with. We have some food. And let's go ahead and move some of this food up here. Just a reminder, as food ideas, like a cake or a sundae Frankenstein head. I do like that idea. If it'll let me copy. Let's go ahead and put like maybe that cake there. Give you a cake. Give you a sundae. Just to see how things would feel in the game. And I definitely do like it. I think this is the right sizing. And then move down there, and that's good to go. Just about. There we go. Okay, so with that said, we can go ahead and hide that and the wizards and figure out a restaurant-y area feel. Now, I don't want it to be too hectic as we're already gonna have... what's the best way to describe it? The customers, I kind of want to flow in and out, so it'll be really fast, as I want this to be... I mean, it'll be a cozy game, but it won't be a cozy game. It'll be stressful. I want it to be stressful. Right now, that's the typing aspect is stressful, but I want the customers to either have maybe low timers or something of the sorts. Let's see, design-wise, how do we want to design the room? Taking in mind the bigger and smaller aspect and the way we'll be looking at screen. Let's start off with maybe... Oh, actually, let me make a new one for just cafe idea. And that, maybe we can have, or at least to start off, let's put one here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Maybe down here. Maybe this is can be the mock-up game screen. And since that's the case, let me add a little bit of a layer to kind of add a difference. And that's where this screen comes in, I guess. The screen I had. I don't remember the sizing I said. That's a-okay. We can go ahead and just maybe add the multiply to make it a little bit different, and go back to the screen part and do this. So let's start off with maybe a sizable screen of this big. And add this. Maybe make it a little bit brighter, a little bit darker. Just around with the coloring, just to give us a mock-up idea. I can, something like that. Do we have to scroll a little bit to the side? There we go. I can see it now. And in that case, let's go ahead and lower the opacity of this a little bit more. Maybe raise this up a bit. Trying to make sure things are visible. And maybe green. Different greeny feel. Yeah. I can tell a difference, and that's all that's important. Okay. Cafe-wise, and to show you the ideas I had previously, let me pull up concepts. Back to the other screens we had. Now where's concepts at? Here we go. Okay. And we go into concepts. And you can take a look here. I have the idea of maybe having 1, 2, 3, is this 5 tables? This would be about 5 tables. There was a door here, and then an exit here, and then this is all the tables. Let's see, is this the only mock-up I made? It seems. I had another one, but I'm unable to find it at this time. Oh, here it is. This one had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables as well. Starting to see a pattern here. 5. I'm curious. Let's check some other games. I'm curious to see what other sizes they had. So if we check, and it'd be in Stardew Valley, wouldn't it? Like this one. Here. This one has, well, we can check up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they had a bar, which is interesting. And, I don't think we'll find other restaurant-y ones. Let me highlight this one again. This one, at least this specific room, had 1, 2, let's see, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 tables. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 10 tables. And it feels big, doesn't it? I'm thinking something akin to this size. It doesn't need to be too big. Let's go ahead and go back into here. And start off with 10, I guess. Let's just go ahead and copy a few. We'll go back into here. And where is it? Table mockup? Ah, yeah. And this is cafe idea. Ah, okay, I see. Okay. We'll just come up with some designs for the cafe, I think. let's see, about 10? We can start with 10 and just go in with a variety. Right now, let's go ahead and do this. I think this is fine. I think having clear aisles as well, as you're going to be rushing around. We're also going to have waiters who are going to be skeleton waiters. I like to call them butlers, so I think that's a little nicer to say. Rolls off the tongue more. But this would be a clearer hitbox of walking between the aisles. I mean, it's a basement, but it probably wouldn't be that big, right? Probably would be around that size, right? And then have some tables that kind of squeeze in. You might have, maybe we can put, oops, copy you table mock-up. And I should be able to just paste you. Yeah, okay. Might have like a table here, because this is a good way to divide everything. And then we can add another one, possibly here. Just populate it, and then we can kind of figure out a better overall design, I think. Let's go ahead. Hello, Sputnik. Is that how you say it? Hi, welcome to the stream. Let's see. Yeah, okay. That is the sizing I had. Working on just the table layout, as you can't have a cafe without actual seats to sit at. Let's see. I gotta make sure I copy things correctly, though. Copy and table mockup. Cafe idea. There we go, okay. For example, if this is the game screen, that's a lot of tables, and I'd like to have some decoration and everything. Maybe the center is... Yeah, maybe the center has a little bit less. Maybe, for example, we have... It is how you say it? Oh, wonderful. Glad to know. Let's see. Maybe, for example, this is the middle aisle of the game where you can go up and down. Then maybe you have some of these guys here to go in between. So I'll paste this and you can do like that. Let's see. Yeah. Well, we want it to be a little bit hard too, as well. Let's see, maybe we can get rid of that guy and then add a side table here. Maybe these are kind of the back area of the cafe where the cool kids sit at. So maybe, maybe it's more like this, like a sidebar-y feel. Kind of just up against the back wall, I think. Wouldn't be too bad. Let's go ahead and fill that in. So maybe something like this, and then maybe we have people up against the back wall. So we can go ahead and copy this, and maybe kind of goes here. They're sitting, and this is the back wall of the cafe. Maybe we can add another one back here. I think that'd be fine. And then it kind of leaves this area as an open area to walk around. And then maybe we can have some more on the other side, and I think that'll be good. Let me go ahead and erase this. We don't need this anymore. We can just move this over here and go up one, right? Or, let's see. Making sure it's accurate here. Yeah, there we go. So I'm thinking maybe we have this side over here, and then we can paste it, flip it, and have an area like that over here. Like that. Like that. Though you would have to ask, how would this person get here, right? So it's a thing of, okay, maybe it's a smoothing of that. And maybe this is the cafe layout. I feel like we can maybe add a little bit more. Or maybe this is good. I quite like this. I think this looks nice. It's an overall just simple feel to it. I don't think it has to be too much. We definitely need a place for the stairway for people to come down at. But overall, this is a lot of seating as well. And did I happen to fit 5 tables? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 tables in some bar areas as well. So that's nice. And I feel like you'll be able to run back and forth. Maybe as well, this is the... actually, yeah, we'll have to figure out walls. I think that's probably next on our to-do list is walls. We need an area as well for... what is it? Area for the cooking cafe area? Not the cooking cafe area, the kitchen. We'll need a kitchen area. But for now, I'll go ahead and get rid of this table. It looks like a face, does it? How so? I'm curious. I am now you've piqued my curiosity. Which part of it looks like a face? Like, no, I'm not saying it. Let's see. Like, maybe... When I think face, I think this. But I don't think it looks like that. Let's see, let's see. If anything, we'll probably have to extend it a little bit, I'm thinking. If we grab Gabby and move her into this cafe area. Actually very tiny. Truth be told. Very tiny screen, right? Eyes, nose, and tongue? Ah. Maybe like... This is the tongue, this is the nose. Nose, eyes, mouth. I can see it. If that's what you meant. Oh, ears. God, yeah. Yeah, ears. Like this. I can see it. Yup. Okay, let's see. Go ahead and delete those. And dun dun. Yeah, I think this works out well. We just need to figure out other things, other aspects. As Gabby will be able to move all around. She'll be able to walk in between these. It's a little bit of a squeeze. We might want to extend that a little bit to add more mobility through everything. Delayed, is it? Let me... Dun dun. Let me see if I can tweak the delay a little bit. If I go into the right thing. Let me tweak it a little bit and see if that feels any better. If I go here and tweak... Oh, hold on. Huh. Up here. Settings. Ah, I can't change it once it's been set apparently. But I will try to tweak that for next stream. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking an area for... We hide that, show that. Like, I want a stairway to go down to where she is. For example, maybe the stair is here, so this is the entrance. Then we can kind of slide this as well to the side. Add more space for people to come in. Then that means this can be slid over. It can be semi-equal. Kind of adds a little bit more spacing. And then that's kind of the wall. I kind of like that. And in that case, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think it gives her enough space to move around. I gotta zoom out a little bit now. I think it gives her enough space to move around. She'll be able to go down here to serve people. All this way. I guess we need a way to come down the aisles, right? With this area at least. So maybe we'll actually have to do... Oops. This? This? Like so. So that she can get to the people on the other side of the wall, this area, so she can come and get their orders. Though, another thing to take into mind is that if she's coming here, right? She's coming here, going down here. What if someone's sitting here? How do you get to that person then? You probably have to also leave some area down here, right? Let's go ahead and change the background a bit by moving this guy over. Making sure I move it correctly. Grabbing it, moving it, and then we can kind of delete parts we don't need now for the game screen. As we're kind of just mishing and mashing and trying to figure out how to do things. And we can link that part. I think for now, this would make a good game screen. And with that said, let me get my coffee. That's probably cold by now. Cold, but still good. Okay, next thing's next. Walls. And saying that, we can look at some of these walls, and you can see they're pretty tall, right? Compared to the character too. This is her against the wall. And it's probably like double her height, I'd say. Right, double her height for the wall of Stardew Valley. We go here, still Stardew Valley. Here for Pokemon. We grab this guy, put him against the wall. It's also about double his height. I seem to be noticing a pattern here. Walls seem to be about double the character's height. If we go in here, and I don't think I have. I don't. There we go. Like that. Select not double the height for here. About 1.5. Let's go ahead and try double and then see how that feels, I think. We'll go ahead and grab maybe this color. It needs to be a little bit different than our background. Let's do maybe this minty color. That could be nice. We'll grab her, move her up here, and figure out the walling. Maybe we can make it this tall? About 3 pixels tall, maybe. Might be a good feel to it. Let me... kind of becoming a little bit too big to show on the thing. Let's start off with this size for the wall and see how that feels. The good news is, again, we'll be doing this tomorrow as well. So right now we can kind of just try to get our bearings and then make it nice and neat tomorrow. For now, I think this was great progress. I definitely didn't have a idea going in. I had some, oh, this would be neat, or that's something neat, but didn't have an overall feel for how I wanted everything to work out. Oops. It would appear she is one with the wall. We don't want that. So I'll go ahead and grab her and make sure that is not a thing. Ace. This is Gabby. This is Wall. Wall meet Gabby. There we go. Okay. Where were we? Grab you. Move you over. Move you down. Like that. And this is the back wall. All of this. If I can draw right. There we go. And then we need the tables. There's the cafe. We'll just call it cafe. I think that's easier. Cafe. Cafe goes above wall, under Gabby. And then we can... oops. Wall. There we go. Maybe that's the wall, and then if you look here as well, it's interesting. These don't have side walls, these game rooms. These other ones as well don't have side walls, they just have back walls. I think the same thing's done in Delta Room. Let me check if I can click on it. Yeah, there's no side walls, there's only a back wall. I don't think it's too bad, truthfully. I think that's nice. In Stardew Valley, though, there's a trim, and I do like the trim. I like the way the trim feels. There we go. So we can try both and see how that feels. As this would be black area, and then this would be wall. We can go ahead and just maybe do half of a oops, half of a thing. Let's make it a little bit darker, just to tell them apart. Probably even darker than that. Like that dark? Yeah. Let's half-ish. And then we can go all the way down here and make sure it's straight. Go down that way. This way, that way. And then come all the way back up with here and fill that in. And then we can go and copy that. And paste you here. Like that. Oops. I think that looks good. Though it is noticing, well, not it is noticing, but I'm thinking, do we want there to be a bit of a space between the tables and everything? For example, maybe instead what we want is the tables to come, oops, maybe we want the tables to come out one, like, oops, if I can find the right layers, like this. So it hugs the wall. I think that looks a little bit better instead of the spacing that we had. I definitely do like that a lot more. So we can go ahead and grab that and fill that. And then we can go ahead and do the same thing over here. Just move it over. And I also realized I can just copy and, oops, copy a line and paste it and just slide it over like that. Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit more. Overall, this is wall. And then if we have the background as like a dark color, so we can go ahead and hide the table mock-up. This is an empty layer. We do not need you. We can add this and just do background. Like, oops. Like this. We don't have a floor, do we? Okay, let's add a floor. I mean, this green color, more than fine for the floor for now, at least. Let's go ahead and add a layer for that and just do... Where are we at? Gotta go now. Thanks for coming, DCat. Thank you, thank you. It's fun having you. Thanks a lot. Let's see. This is always so fun. I definitely do like streaming the artwork more than doing it off stream, because it's always fun to just chat, get feedback, and figure things out. Always really nice. There. Now we have a floor. Of course, the colors will be changed, but for now, floor. Maybe we can change the floor to a gray, and it'll be a little bit better on the eyes and the walls. Let's see. Do we make this a really dark color? Like that. And then this could be a little bit of a brighter color. Like that. Looks like a very stale room, doesn't it? So maybe this is the game screen. We don't, again, I don't want this game to be too big. Maybe in the future we can make it bigger, but since we only have 3 months to do it, well, I say only, but the goal is 3 months. If it takes longer than 3 months, I, by all means, will do it longer than 3 months, but always like having an idea or a guesstimation instead of a, I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and just make the, this is the floor. I see. That's the wall, that's the floor, and this might be the game screen. And then, where are we at? We'll just make it a darker color and fill all of that in. So the game screen, let's just say it's this big. Like so. Ooh, might need to be darker. And in that case, this wall is gonna have to be a little lighter. Like that, maybe a little lighter than that. Like that. Yeah. So interesting. It definitely is giving more of a, what is it? More of a Stardew Valley vibe when, not Stardew Valley, Deltarune, Undertale vibe, when it's black outlined in the center of the room, right? Small coffee break. I'm thinking something like that. Not too bad. And then, depending on what we want to do as well, we can make this guy bigger, make it a square, make it that size, and then come here and do this. So there's a full, there's a full trim. I kind of like the feel of that trim. That's what Stardew Valley has, that sort of trim feel to it. Let's see. Yeah, that's not too bad. And I'm thinking this can be an entrance. If I go and grab my pen. The thing is, seeing it that tall, I'm thinking the wall might have to be a little bit taller. So probably, let's see. We grab the wall, which is this guy right here. I'm thinking the wall can be probably this tall. Let me go ahead and hide the game screen so I can see. Probably maybe this height to allow more space, as it's supposed to be big and whimsical. It's supposed to have a grandiose feel, and I'm not really getting grandiose when everything is a little bit smaller than it needs to be. We'll go ahead and copy that. That way I can just go here and paste it in instead of doing my fill idea. But now, and especially if we lower her 1 so that she's actually on the ground, if we add, for example, like a door here, it'd feel a lot better, I think. So we can go ahead and do, where we're at, game screen, floor. Let's go ahead and add just a door here, for example. Just a door along the wall. This would be maybe where they enter from. They come in and then they can take their seat and everything. Maybe some big door that they can come through. But now we can just have this void named door. Or door named void. There we go. They can come through there, and maybe that could be it. I'm thinking maybe less wide, depending on how big we want the students themselves to be. You can always add stuff as well to decoration. That'll be fun. Let's see. This is door. Let's call it void. A door named void. Something like this. Now I'm curious to see if we'll hide the game screen, hide the wall, to see how big this is in comparison to actual sizing. As for example, if we're doing it kind of more on a tiling feel, then yeah, we might stand here, for example, and then the wall, I mean the void would be here, and then it might be moved over a little bit like that. So everything's a little bit more on what's the word? On row, on example. We can drag that over here. Zoom in a little bit and just make sure. I kind of feel like mystical is just a curve for the door. It's not a small curve. I say as I make it a very big curve. A curve to the door to make it feel, I think, a little bit more magical. We can rescue. Thing a little of too few jaggeds. No, it's supposed to be mock-up, but we can have a little class here. Probably like that, maybe. A little bit more down. I'm looking at this small screen to see the shape of the door itself and how it looks in comparison to everything. It's interesting as well. It's like, oh, does this look right? Probably a little less steep. Like that. That looks a little bit better. And with that said, I think that's a good door. And then we can go ahead and pop back the wall, pop back the game screen. And we can go ahead and also call this game, a new layer, oops, new group. And it'll be game screen. As I had the idea that maybe, well, this is the game screen, for example, maybe up here would be the actual scores and things of, all right, these are the orders, that sort of thing. We need areas to put the stats at, so we can also put it below the screen. That's nice. It's not too big, I guess is the best way to say it. Now we have all that done. Everything's good to go. Now, if we do this, thinking, all right, well, for summoning, how do we want to do it? And again, if we go back to our concepts, you can kind of see here, this was the game screen that we had, and then in this next room, we had the summoning. That was the idea here. And then in the summoning, it would kind of swap from this screen, and then you would go to the other screen, and the screen would change screen. So we can go ahead and go back into Aseprite. And then if this is going to be our screen height, we can go ahead and copy what we have. We can go ahead and copy the floor, for example, maybe half the floor, paste it in. I said copy and paste. There we go. Example of this is like one part of the room. How can we have the rest of the room? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And it's a thing of We can move this up to make sure it's in line with everything. As if we kind of want to do arches or maybe some other way. This is our wall. We make this bigger. Make it a square. Just so we can keep up to sizing. Is this, well, should this be a hallway? How do we want the wall to look? Is it the sort of thing of where, this is the floor, this is the start of the wall? That is a good question. Oh, I'm using the wrong pen. Glad I didn't write on it. And in saying that, I'm thinking, heavy Undertale vibes? It's probably the back room, as that is a thing for Undertale. Let me find it. Also, welcome, Liquid. Welcome, welcome. Let me find it. It is here. And here we go. It's because of the black. That black area. They do have it in Stardew Valley as well, but because of the trims, it's a little bit different. I'm trying to wonder, should I do trims or maybe not trims? But yeah, I'm getting it from the black, I think. I think that's really helping with a more Undertale-ish feel. Just wondering, it's a thing of, how can we do this other area? We'll go ahead and just do this for the lines. Yeah, I'm not too sure how I want to do it quite yet, but they're ideas. So we can go ahead and grab this guy and move him out of game screen, just so we can see. The walls usually are kind of like this when you're walking. So it's a thing of where it turns out. But if we do a wall here, so we can have room to walk, then we can't have a customer area here. Okay. In that case, maybe we don't have this area here, but I don't want to have 2 bar areas where you don't have to be friends to walk in. If you kind of sit at the same seat, it's a little bit different than sitting at the same bar. On saying that, think of where can we put a room, or how can we make a room? Another room, an entrance or an exit. Do we just have a space here you can walk on? And in saying that, let's look at some examples. It doesn't seem like you transition. This is Pokemon. Like, you can see here, this is a good example, there's a space for a wall. You don't put things inside the wall, but you would have a wall and then you would have the area here. So if this is our wall, then maybe we have to have this area moved up. We can't have it moved up just because the students need areas to sit. But maybe, if we go back down here, maybe the wall gets moved. Let me grab this as well. Oops. Maybe this is all wall. So because this is the height of the wall, we have to keep it that height to show off it's still wall. So if I go here and I go back into wall, that is what I copied, right? If I paste this, this is wall. The wall would need to be at least this size to still feel like wall. And saying that, I don't want the roofing as well to feel wall-like, and since this wall is a little too light compared to the floor, let's make it a different color. Now, just trying to get the feel of where the wall can go. For example, if this is wall, I think it'd be fine if this is wall. Not too bad. And then we can have, oops, zoom in a little bit. This is also wall, the rest of this. You just make it squares again so it's easier to edit. And go here, oops, a little bit too far. And these are still not the right colors, but I can go ahead and fill this in, and that in. And then you'd be able to do, how big did I do this? Trim. I trim like this to show a hallway. Oh, like this to show a hallway, and then you would grab this and, oops, this is floor. You grab this, yoink it, and that is no longer floor. Like that. And then this would be your area that you can do magic stuff. So I think that works out. We can keep our wall, for now at least. And we can go ahead and add our flooring. So this is the area. So this is one game screen here. And then when you go into this next area, the camera would shift with you and bring you over to here. And I think the rest of it should be... well, I think this is fine, actually. Truth be told. I think this is fine, just a small area where you can do magic stuff, kind of like behind a curtain. And then... make sure I do wall for wall. And we'll just go all along this and add the wall. Like that. And then grab this guy and go down. Now I need to zoom out a little bit more, and that's kind of our game area here. So tiny is the issue, it's kind of hard to see, isn't it? Let me see if I can maybe do this. Just keep extending it at this point. Like this. Oops. Like that. That makes it a little bit easier, and I can slide this over just a bit more. Yeah, I do agree. And you can go ahead and get rid of that little guy down here. As that'll be that. And I think, for example, oops, we also need wall here. We can go ahead and just copy this guy. Oops. Copy this wall and paste it, and this will be the rest of the environment. Have you ever tried RPG Maker? No, I have not. Is it easier to do it in RPG Maker, I'm guessing, or how does that work? I have not seen much of it, but I have heard people using it before. Let's see, go down, oops. Like that. This would be the area you'd probably do your summoning at, and then the rest of the screen can be the actual spell casting, I think. Maybe you have to go up? Nah, I think this is fine. I'm thinking of some sort of curtain here and here. Oops. Some sort of curtain to block the view of everything that's going on. Like a curtain here that you can pull back and go through. Maybe you actually need a bit more of a narrow hallway. More narrow hallway. Here we go. Let's actually take that wall and push it down some, I think. Like this. And go ahead and push it down. I'm thinking this height. You can go ahead and hide the floor and hide the game screen as well. Making interiors there is similar to this. That's how I used to do it, at least with the black background and stuff. Ah, I might have to give it a look then. Makes me very curious to see how they do it. I'm always looking for new sort of methods and different ways. Was it easy, you'd say? Or was it tricky still? Let's see, that's flooring. So it'd probably be this tall. A little bit lower. Because I still want that double wide. So maybe... yeah, let's lower it down one more. So this height, I think. Make it very narrow. Very ominous. Not sure how to explain it though. That's more than fine. I will definitely look into it. I'm curious now. And then we can just grab these guys and let me expand them. Like that. There we go. And then that should be good to go. Wasn't that hard? Was confusing at first? Ah, yeah. That's usually how things are. You just have to get used to what you're doing. Go ahead and make the floor the regular opacity. Gotta grab this wall, and I still think the wall is not the right contrast. So I'll have to go and tweak that. But for now, it's good to go. We'll just cut some of that. And then, yep. That's more narrow to allow for her to walk along the more narrow hallway. Makes it a little bit more ominous, I think. So she'll come down here after she gets the orders. Go in here. The game screen will then move over to here. More like this. And then she'll do her whole summoning ritual. And there will be a whole thing here to do the typing. I think is how we could do it. But for now, we'll have a purple area we can just do. Maybe we'll do, for now, this dark purple to show the game, or yeah, the casting screen. Let's see. If this screen is this big, how do we want the rest of the screen to be? I'm thinking, let's go ahead and add another layer. And this is the casting screen. Oops. Casting screen. There we go. And go ahead and... oops. I thought I had full rectangle. The casting screen might look something like this. Where you have all the things you need to type at the top. And then you will cast. And then you go back and forth. So you'll come in here. Things will show up. And then you'll have to run back and forth between the two screens. That's the idea. Where this game screen will kind of be zoomed in. And then you'll be able to run. Come in here, it'll shift to here where you'll have to cast. But we need to make it a little bit different. Maybe what we need to do is have the casting screen instead of there. Maybe the casting screen can be a little bit more sideways. So for example, maybe instead we'll just do a new layer. Maybe the casting screen is up here instead. And it looks like this. Instead. That way it kind of keeps the same ratio. You'll come in here and then some of the screen will get darkened out. Maybe it kind of zooms in. Not too sure. But it is important to figure out. As the casting screen is very important, it needs to be very big. That's why I'm thinking this is a little bit easier as it'll be huge. And if you come back to concepts, you can see what I mean by casting screen. That's this big X. The idea I had where you come into that small room and then you have this sort of summoning ritual area that you can do and then you can cast stuff. Or maybe it's above you, it's a thing that kind of scrolls down and then you can type up here. Go back into Aseprite. One other thing I wanted as well is we'll probably need that casting box, right? Something to think about. Let's go ahead and do that. That'll be important. Area where you get to cast stuff, and I want it to have a animation area where you can do the summoning, and it'll be fun because you'll be able to see yourself summoning the actual food from the ground. Can we do maybe rectangle like that for a sort of pad? Great, she can go and do here. Maybe she stands here, but I want to be able to see the so you're assuming the casting? Yep, it is. I actually have it up right now on my itch page for my games. The actual minigame part of it, that's where the rhythm typing aspect comes into play. You'll have to type to the rhythm to cast the spell. And once you cast it, the food will be summoned and it'll get served to the customers. So because the area I want her to see, or I want you to see her casting it, and I also want the food to be very visible. So maybe we need to actually extend this a little bit, as I'm thinking we can do a pad or a area, and let me make sure it's the right screen. Right layer, I mean. Something like this, where it is a pad that she has to come to, and she'll stand here and cast the food. And then I'm thinking maybe after the food gets casted, it goes off into like a little hole, and then it reappears in the room here somewhere. It's like a little mouse hole. It would be kind of fun where the food walks out to the table. What do you think? It sounds fun, but it'd probably be very tricky to do. Maybe she can then pick up the food, or maybe she has to do something to make sure it doesn't look like it's living. That would be fun. I'm thinking a sort of rush hour thing where customers are getting served, and then you have the skeleton butlers who are getting the orders, and then her orders will pop up at the top, so you're just sitting there like on a combo spree of casting. But that might not be too fun, as it's kind of fun to take the orders and go back and forth. So maybe, yeah, maybe the plate just gets here and you have to, run back and forth. Or maybe you have a serving area that not people, but the people who you can get your food from. With that said, I'm thinking, and let me move this for a second so I can actually size things up. Yeah, I think this is fine. A screen area like this with either space in between or space not in between, and this would, yeah, I mean, that's fine. Let's go ahead and make the game screen bigger. I'll just fill even more of this out now. Like that. And I'm thinking she could have... A little confused on that one. But yeah, flying's cool. Do agree. Okay. Let's move this back here and do. Okay, yeah, I think we're all good to go. And in that case, let's go ahead. Oops. Almost, well, I did drop my pen, but almost dropped it horribly. So let's go ahead and this layer is our casting, or our ritual spot, right? Ritual spot. Some candles and voodoo magic and all of that. So that's our ritual spot. This is our casting screen. This is our game screen, and this will overall be the game itself, I think. This area, and then you can kind of upgrade the area. Why I'm trying to keep it small and scoped, but maybe we can upgrade and add things on later once the actual game's able to get finished. Let me zoom out a little bit, and with that done, let me go ahead and what can we do? Trying to think and make sure we've got all our bases before we actually start customizing, but I think we're good. With that said, we can do game screen mockup. And then we're good to go in that aspect. And all of this stuff can get to ideas, perspective tiers, group. This can just be called group 2, really. I don't think we'll need it, but just in case. None of that here, place. Let's go ahead and just do those. Okay, so go ahead and do group 2. We'll be all good to go. And with that said, we can now move on to the next part, which will be mapping it, making sure it's all good to go. And since we have this group 2 hidden, we now have our game screen mockup. We can go ahead and duplicate and go ahead and call this the game screen attempt. I mean, I guess we'll just, instead of mock-up, we can call this just mock-up. Right, we know what we're dealing with. And then we can go ahead and just do this one for that one. We don't need that small layer anymore, as this is the idea. So we're all good in that sense. And with that said, we can go ahead and start trying to customize things and make things a little bit more doom and gloom and more... what's the word? Nope, doom and gloom. More doom and gloom. Okay, so I'll go ahead and zoom back to here. Can't really see the screen is the issue. It's a little bit better, I can see now. Okay, with that said, we can go back into our game screen attempt, mockup and all of that. Our game screen can kind of get... it can come out, since we won't need it anymore. We have our floor and our wall. Our wall. Let's start here, and if we go back into our PureF, you can see here the ideas and the ideas. For example, down here we have wooden floor, or we can do stone floor. And I'm thinking because we'll have wooden crates and boxes, maybe instead, yeah, maybe we should start with the boxes and the seats first before we try to do a flooring for our area. Let's try to work on a box design for our seats. We can go back into Aseprite. Okay. And we can go our void and our, where is it at? Cafe. This is really just our furniture. Furnish. I'll go ahead and duplicate it just so we can see the old one. And we can kind of make some, well, actually, I'll delete it and duplicate it again as we want. And I'll move her down, that way I can see it a little bit better. And this is good sizing as well, we can see what we're working with. So if our game size or game everything, when you look here, you can see everything's kind of in a outline, right, for the Pokemon stuff. Let me make sure this right, okay, I thought it was diluted, but no, that's just the screen itself. Everything's kind of outlined that you can see. Chairs are outlined, tables are outlined in this casino. We go here, there's also an outline. It's not a black outline, it's more of a purpley outline. Kind of just depends on the outline, I think. Hi, Poofy. Welcome to the stream. I'm thinking, yeah, we can do an outline for our objects. I think that'd be good. Also, it's interesting to note as well, this is a lighter outline up here because it's in the light. That's important to keep in mind, I think. So if we go back into here with our tables and chairs, for now, we'll just take her outline and go from there. What we want is a crate, so we need to figure out a crate design. For now, we can just go back over here, since these will be boxes. And we can do all of that. And since it's boxes, we don't have to worry about cutting off the edges, for example. I mean, round boxes are pretty cute. And it's not that bad of a rounded edge, but yeah, let's make it a little bit round. Not too bad of a pointed edge. And I'm just trying to think color-wise as... oh, this is also the wrong layer. It would be this one. POV-wise, I also want to do a palette, so I'll just call her Pal. And we want to take colors into consideration. Right now we have, this is her purple, this is the purple dark, this is the purple medium, and then this is the outline. Hold on, medium, and then this is the outline. And then we have our green hair color. This is the green dark. This is the green brighter. This is the green greener. There's a few tones of green for this one. And this is our purple black again. I'll just highlight it there. And then we have our gold, as I do want her to be able to blend in with the environment so she doesn't look too out of place. I'm just trying to keep all of these parts of her color palette in mind as the game's based around her, since she's our main character. So it's important we keep her in mind when we're doing all of this. That's all I'm grabbing. Just different parts of her that we can remember to take note of. And it's also important to remember as well her contrast. So we can check that quickly as well. Once I finish all of this, we have our eye color, the dark eye color, and then the, what's this color? Yep, okay. I think this is her. This is her color palette. And I think I always do that. Wrong layer. The good news is it's not too bad of a mess up, but it's still a mess up. So let me just do it one more time. We have her skin color, we have her eye, we have her darker part of her eye, we have the white part of her eye, we have the skulls that we did, and I think this is all the same in the... Okay, we're good to go now. Okay, I'll move her to the side a little bit, just so we can see. This is currently the palette of the game, and those are her greens and purples. She's a necromancer, so I wanted to get some more deadish colors in there. And since this is going to be... what's the word? It's in a basement, it's dark and gloomy, so we need some browns, I think. Maybe some more muted colors. She is a very pop character. And if we check her, let's see, her grayscale, she's a very dark character, actually. I didn't even realize. Her values are very dark. She has a dark cloak, but her facial parts are very bright. We also want to keep that in mind. So going into that, let's go ahead and try maybe this brown, or I say brown, but it's actually red, or purple. Isn't that surprising? We can go ahead and go back to our, this layer, to make sure we don't forget. New seat and table idea, as we're trying to make some crates. We'll go ahead and do that. I'm thinking maybe a lighter outline, or maybe a darker outline. I kind of think this outline's fine. This is, it's a more so brownish. That's a that fits a necromancer. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Hi, Sek. Welcome back. Yo, came up with the colors, and I think they work for her. So let's see. Go back to the right screen. I keep forgetting the right layering. Layers are still nice. They have this kind of purple, and I'm thinking a brownish tone for the packing part of the crate. Let me make sure I have the fill on. So maybe these are the seats, right? But the thing is, she's dark, so maybe we make this brighter in comparison. Hi, Q. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Maybe we lower the saturation a bit. I think that's a little better, right? It's still warm, but not as warm. Welcome to the stream, everyone, though. What a surprise. Maybe we make this a little bit lighter. I'm still so surprised that this dark tone is purple and not darker. Or brown, right? Yeah, there we go. Welcome, welcome indeed. Let me move her over here. I want to make sure she fits in with the environment. That's the goal. And I think using less colors is also very nice. Let's go ahead and fill that in, I think. Well, we can see. We can always test and give a feel. Give it a good old vibe check. Let's go ahead and do, for the top part of the crate, it'll probably be a lighter color, right? Probably a lighter, warmer color. Oops. Lighter, warmer means going this way as well. Make sure I use the right one here. And then this will also be warmer. Warm, brighter, probably like this. Like up here. This would be a mid-tone, so probably this here to cover our crate feel. Not too shabby. I can kind of tell the separation. Might want to make it a little bit darker, a little bit warmer. Or no, it would be colder, wouldn't it, right? Gotta keep our color values in mind. It'd be cooler, darker, and oops, wrong area. Let's see, let me grab that. Oops, fill that, then fill that. I think that's a better brown as well. We can kind of take this brown, make it a little lighter, make it a little warmer. Or, again, yellow warm. Up here. Moving it over. And then we can make it warmer again. I don't know about that color. I'm kind of feeling this one a little bit more. That comes down to a color thing. See, we'll go back over here. And then maybe make it a little bit darker again. I think that works. Kind of feels red though, which I mean isn't too bad. We're doing a crate. So if we take a look at our crates back in PureF, what do we got? Up here are our crates. You can kind of see, it seems like there's a thick outline here, maybe. There's a thick outline across the edges, and then a dark shadow. I was thinking maybe we can do some sort of pillowing. Maybe she came in and covered some of the crates with pillows, so it's not as hard. As the initial startup is a little rocky, so it's very, oops, wrong screen. The initial startup of the cafe is a little rocky, so it's a lot of crates, but as the game progresses, you get more customers, more funding, and more cool stuff, so it feels more like a cafe instead of a basement. It becomes cozier. Let's see. If this is then a sort of dark area, we need an outline, I guess is the best way to say it. We need some sort of dark color to pull everything apart with like an outline, right? Kind of like this. Oops. Kind of like something like that to show it's a crate. And then, maybe we have some lines here to fill in for the crate aspect so it looks more like a crate. Ooh, I'd say that looks like a crate. Right, kind of like a 3D feel. That's so weird how it definitely does, I think. And then maybe we can take this color and do a little darker for the bottom of the crate. It kind of has a, yeah, more shadowy feel to her. When you're kind of looking at it from here, more crate-ish feel. The top would have a dark tone as well, right? So it might be more like this. Oops. This. Where there's an indent in here, right? And then it might be lining again. And then maybe the light's coming in, right? So it might not be too dark. Maybe it's like that. I'm thinking, if we had some pillows on top of the crates, it might not be as bad feeling. As she definitely comes from a very rich family. But maybe she doesn't use her funds so that her family doesn't know what's going on, or maybe she just says, I'm using it for books. Yes, I need money for books for school. That's why I'm using my money. Let's see. If we were to add a pillow, how would that look? Maybe like a pillow would come out here, here, and then the pillow would be here. Sort of throw a pillow on top to make it a little bit more comfortable, but I think I like the feel of it being crates. It gives it a more rustic feel, I think. We can go ahead and delete that and go back to our seats. Maybe, let's see. We add a highlight here. Might make it a little weird looking, but I'm curious to see how the highlight changes things. I mean, as well, now that we know how big the screen's going to look, it's going to look like this, right? You won't be able to even see that highlight, it feels like. So with that said, what can we add to make it feel more crate? Because I definitely think this gets across that it is a crate. Even add that to make sure it seems crate-like. We go back into PureF. What do we say? And I have to make sure to tap back into it. Right, we have that dark under and then the planks on top. So maybe we can add the nails, possibly. Make it feel a little bit more. I can see here there's kind of like a diagonal look for the crates, some of them. We can see. Go back to Aseprite. If we were to do diagonal, it would probably look like this. But truthfully, I kind of like this more bubbly feel. I think it works a little bit better than having some diagonals. And so with that said, maybe we can maybe add some shading. So for example, maybe we can make this a little bit darker. We're doing some of this, just a smidge darker. And adding some shading along the bottom. You can barely see that, truth be told, right? And it doesn't really make a difference. I don't think it does. Maybe we can go a little bit darker then? too bad. Oops. That's not too bad. This will probably have to be a little bit darker then. Make sure the contrast comes off. As if we go in here to our color mode, you can kind of see, well, I mean, you can tell the difference, can't you? It's not too bad. With that said, I guess let's keep going. Maybe up here, what we can do for the top is what can we do? I mean, this is the top area. Maybe we can add those highlights or maybe more just warmer areas to put it at. It's gonna need to be brighter so that you can definitely see it. Something like this. Some areas on the side where you can tell it's getting warmer, but I don't think I like that. I kind of like the solid outline. I think it looks nicer. You can even tell, let's see. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to do some warmer areas compared to the cold areas, but I don't think it's working out. Maybe what I have to do is add this here and make it dark here. Like that. But I don't know. Maybe I add a warmer color here. Make it a little bit brighter. Like here. Looks okay, but nah. I kind of like this a little bit more. As far as this part is concerned for the table, they're going to be sitting on this, so it doesn't need to be much of anything, really. Probably dark. Maybe we can add a dark line here for the actual blank part of it where we can see the end. I think that looks good. With that said, you do something a little bit different here. If we do a tile map, I think, if I can remember how to do it. New tile map. Paste. We copy this, right, and put this on the tile map. This becomes that. And then we can go in and make all of these. Oops. Well, they'll have to face the other way, right? So if we do this and we do, what would it be? We could come in here and copy, oops. And the good news is because we're doing the tile approach, everything lines up wonderfully. If where is it at? Modify or don't modify, generate a new tile automatically, yeah. I need to paste this tile here. And I need this to be like that. There we go. And then I can go back in here, grab this tile, I think, or if I do this, I should be able to grab this tile and put this tile here. There we go. And now I can go in. Oh, that's not good. Some of our tiles are a little mismatched, but that's more than fine. You can just go in and add them. And the good news with this is that if I modify one thing, it modifies everything. Then I can come back here and grab these seats and add them here. Like that. Apparently that's how the tiling should be. We're probably gonna have to move it a little bit more, as this is the... No, it'll still work out. We can zoom out and see all the seats. And then if we add the tables, that might be a little tricky, we'll see. This is all for now, seats. So we need tables now. We can go ahead and do that. We can go ahead and delete that as well. And add layer. Okay, oops. So if we're doing a crating for tables, we can start off by... Yeah, okay. We can start off by copying what we already have from our seats and tables. Oops. Instead, we can copy what we have, right? Yep, okay. There we go. Make it a little bit wider. Copy it some. Like that, and paste. Oops. There. And then the table would be really long, so I think the table should be definitely different. Maybe it's just one long big thing. Now, I definitely think she could add some stuff to cover the table. I think that would be more than fine. She could borrow some blankets or something. I think she would definitely do that to help her case and making sure things are nice, spick and span. just copying all of this here and making sure it lines up. They are kind of looking like bricks. Oh, do you think? Might need to change it then. Because if they're looking like bricks, that's not good. We need crates. Might have to look and see how people do crates in different games. That could give us some ideas. I don't know if I have any crates. Not in here. On the top? Ah. Okay. Well, let's give it a try and modify it a bit. And the good news is what we can do is do manual modify. And when we modify one, it modifies all of them. Isn't that cool? But if I just do this then, does this help? Maybe instead, just cover it up. Like that. Instead, for the crate. I mean, it doesn't make too much of a difference, I think. Maybe... Definitely is tricky. I can see it feeling like bricks. See if that makes a difference, though. Let's go back to this layer, which is our table layer. And I'll go ahead and put the rest of that in. Like that, and then... too large. Oh, I can just fill it in. I forgot about the fill tool. Now this one, I'm definitely thinking we have some sort of cross. This one feels like it would have a cross, like maybe a too thick cross. So something like this, maybe? Or that. Right, some packing stuff that would have a big cross in the middle. Probably have to fill this in to make this a little bit easier to understand what's going on, and then I'll have to come back and fill it in. Something like that, and then big cross there, and then a big cross there. Something like that to show off that it is multi-layered. I'm thinking if we go back to our pure elf, where are we at? I'm looking at these guys, I'm thinking, alright, there's that one cross, and then they kind of have deeper lines to show that it's thick. Let's try that. Go back to Aseprite. If we add a darker color here, so like this color here to hips, what does this do? Does it show that it's tall and has a bit of a edge to it? And I should be doing different lines, but this works. Alright, kind of shows a feel to it, and I'm not too sure. If we do this, this is what color? We would need a darker color right here to show off that it is still wood. So maybe, oops, 2 lines here, and then more wood here. Not too sure. Giving it a go, but I think I might erase it. We go here, and then maybe this would go here. This is gonna get covered up, but for now, I'm thinking just like wood ink, and I'm not seeing wood ink. Not one bit. Maybe if we do that cloth idea, maybe the cloth matches her cloak. So then maybe we have that dark outline that lines all of this up. As if this is getting covered by cloth, then we don't really need the X, do we? But then it kind of wraps over, and it goes from here, goes here, and it gets wrapped over, maybe like that. This is the, oops, maybe a tablecloth, for example. And then maybe it is this, or maybe it could be gold lined. I think that looks a little bit better. So then maybe, I don't want it to be exactly her color, but it could be nice and fancy. I say fancy, but it's just like a small change in color. Just like, let me just toss a tablecloth over a few of these. I definitely think it adds a feel of fanciness, and that is what we want. You can add some shine across the top here, or maybe not. This is the dark color here. And then this is our glow. And then this is our shine. Some shine, as all the students will have a sort of shine to them. You can definitely tell it's shiny from up top, which is nice. Very neat. We're gonna have 1, 2, and then a 1, and then a 1, 2. Oops. 1, 2. Shiny, very shiny trim that she was able to gather. Like this, and then as far as cloth goes, I'm thinking, maybe it could be purple, or maybe, oops, maybe it's a different color. As well, I do like the purple. It would blend in with her, right? So maybe it's a brown cloth. Not too bad. Yeah, maybe it's a skin-colored cloth. Oh, that's so bright. Maybe it's brown. Maybe it's a... I say brown, but that's purple. Maybe a nicer brown is what we need, as, again, her character is dark. We want things to stand out, so maybe instead we want a brighter cloth. The trims are bright. Maybe we can do this bright purple? Nah, I'm not feeling that purple. Maybe a green. I'm kind of thinking we have to stick with the purple feel because it is more so Gothic, right? Gothic deals with dark colors, dark purples and reds. Maybe it's maybe a less saturated red. I kind of like those royal reds. Those pops of reds are my favorite. And if that's the case, it'd be more so along the lines of something like this. Twitch purple? Do you think? One of these is twitch purple, I'd say. But if she's moving around and everything, the thing of, does she match it enough? I think she's fine. I put her in front of this and then we go into color mode. I think she still stands out. I think that's still fine, as it's sort of not too badly colored. Everything's still fine, I think. But twitch purple, that's a nice one. I definitely think she is twitch purple. As again, we want a sort of gothy feel, and it's the start of gothy. She doesn't have the cool tables yet, or the crates. I mean, the chairs. For now, everything's crates, but she can definitely afford to find some cloth. So we can go ahead and go back into, where is it? Boom, Pura. You can see here with the goth stuff at least. Maybe it's black. We can do a black dark color with the golden trim. You can see here. I didn't even realize, but look at this. There's a golden trim and it's black, and you have some reds. Great. Maybe we can go for a black dark color instead. Go ahead and go back into Sprite. Let's give it a go. Maybe instead it is a very dark red. Something like this, which it already is, basically. That's funny. So something like that, maybe. It'd be a little bit darker, a little more pale. Less saturated, something, oops. Something like this, maybe, more so. Let's say it's in that dark, but maybe it's more crimson red. Oh, crimson red's a nice color. Like this. Ooh. And then it kind of pops out a little bit too much. Then we want to make sure we're paying attention to customers and everything. But I definitely do like crimson red. Maybe that's an upgrade you can do. But it's like, all of this room, you're probably gonna look at the tablecloth. And especially when we want the food to shine brightly and everything. And now I think maybe purplish dark color. And then we can change as we go. For now, I think maybe this color's good. There's a question of, does she stand out against it though? And the answer to that question is, let's see. Grayscale. Not as much as the other ones, but I still think she does stand out against it. It definitely does blend in as well. It's not too hard to tell what's going on, I think. With that said, we can go ahead and how can we do this? The seeds were pretty easy to do. Maybe we can add some swirl designs in the thing a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a lighter color. And this is our, what is this? The bottom of the crate, which we really don't even need, do we? As this is the crate table, but we can go ahead and just merge this. I quite like the tablecloth. Merge down, table. And then I'm thinking maybe some swirly designs to add a little bit of flair. Maybe some sort of, or maybe not even swirl, but more so just like, here, let me go in and slide that guy over. Maybe a more so pattern design. You can't even really see it. But maybe we have to make it a little bit less faint. Something like this, where it's a sort of design on the thing to add some flair to it, so it's not just a simple cloth. Maybe we can make this a little lighter, so it's a little bit more noticeable. A little less noticeable. A little warmer. Oops. I messed up the colors entirely, oh boy. Well, did that color blend in with the customers? The customer colors aren't set in stone yet. Let me go back and find them, as that's a good question. And we can answer that question, because if it's true, that's awful. So let's see. We can go back up here, grab the wizards, and go back into here. And new layer, paste. Oh, did I not paste correctly? Hold on. Grab the wizards again. Where you at, wizards? Wizards. Do I have to make sure you're visible and then paste you? Is that what you want from me? Ah, it is. So we can go ahead and grab the wizards and close this. And then go and find the wizards. There they are. We can go ahead and grab them. Oops. Grab them. I don't think it'd blend in with the wizards. They might be a different, like, color later, as their outlines are definitely dark. I do agree in that sense. So maybe the tablecloths do have to be a little bit brighter. As Gabby's here, they're all here. Oops. She needs to be above the wizards. If she's here, they're all here. I still think you can tell what's going on. But yeah, maybe it needs to be a different color. Well, maybe, how can we do this? The color of the wizards, I think, changed a little bit. I still have them, but nope. Still have them, but it's a little bit more of a lighter blue compared to this dark blue. It's more so like this blue for their outlines. Oops. More like this blue for their outlines now. Did it change everything? No, it didn't. All this. More so like this for their outlines now. Merge everything though. Doesn't look like much of an outline, but their outline's a little bit brighter now. But I think, yeah, we probably have to change it a little bit. They look fine there? That's good. That's great. So in that case, put on the tablecloth. Table. There we go. Okay. And if that is the case, we can go back to some sort of simple design. Maybe we can do circles or something, or I'm thinking swirls just because it's magic-y and everything. We do maybe a little bit of a lighter color. A little bit too light. We don't want it to pop out too much. Like, now it doesn't pop out enough. A little bit warm, like that. Some sort of swirl design, I'm thinking. Like maybe like that. And then maybe more so, I don't know, swirly feel to it. Like a spiral. I maybe do this, grab this, and go down. And diagonal, swirl, swirl, swirl. Maybe something like that. And then we can just have the same thing, but it's opposite. And then that. And then maybe a complete circle here. And then I can just copy paste it. And then maybe it does come down here. We need a lighter color. Maybe show that it does come down in the pattern a bit. And that. To show that it does wrap around. And then we can go ahead and select and move. As I think this is just light enough that it's not too noticeable. But it does add a little bit of patterning, I think, that helps it shine a little bit. We can go up and just paste all these guys. Oops. Make sure we paste properly. Like that. It adds a little bit more flavor, I think. And make sure this one is new layer when we paste. That way we can go ahead and cut off everything that does not fit onto the tablecloth. Like this. Let's see. I love the pattern. Ah, I'm glad you do, and welcome to the stream. Dungeons and Determination. I know a thing or two about determination. But I'm glad you like the pattern. And definitely think it helps a little bit in pop. As she doesn't have too big of a budget, but I think this little tablecloth helps in defining that it's still fancy. She still has fanciness. Alright, and with that said, we can go ahead and just copy this guy and... question is, how can we do the other tables? But it shouldn't be too hard. We can go ahead and just paste it over here for this table. That one's easy. For this table, it's a little trickier, but we'll figure it out. Probably copy and paste, right? And then a little higher, so we can go ahead and grab that. Probably stretch it out a little bit more. How can we do this? As this table can definitely be stretched out like that. And then we have that lining that comes across the top. So that's what happens up here that we can copy. We can just use a lot of different parts from our previous parts of the table to help it blend in a little more, I think. So we can go ahead and grab, grab you. This can kind of get smudged in. Smudged in. Maybe we can add the ball, we'll see. I can go ahead and grab this side and smush it over here. Like that. And then this side will probably be moved as well. This will have to be own new area. And it'll also have to go up a bit. Oh, oops. Up a bit, I said. So for example, this will probably have to go up like that. And then, let's see. I definitely think it can be more so of a longer pattern for the table here. We can probably also fill all of this in with our dark color. Let's see. All of this gets filled in like that, just so we have more table to work with. And then we can go ahead and grab you, and since you're the dark side that gets flipped over, you'll get all nice and handled. And then we can go ahead and add more of this part to everything else. Paste it, and then we can go ahead and copy and get everything working similar to how it was before. Like that. And then like that, and move it up a little bit. Like that. And now we can go ahead and make sure all of this gets dark. That extra little shadow that we add to the bottom of the crate. Like this, I'm thinking. Not too bad. And make sure all of that is good to go. And we should be good. And then we can kind of tweak things depending on the size of the rest of the tables. This overall should be helpful for everything else that we have going on. If I can grab it. As you can kind of still tell what's going on, but not too much. This was... interesting lighting I have going on. I don't think we can use lighting on this area. I'll go ahead and get rid of that. I don't think we need that for the sides of the table at least. We can go ahead and just... yeah, that wasn't there. You saw nothing. Let's go back down here. See if we can copy this pattern. Paste it. Looking so good so far. We just need a bit of filled in part. Then maybe we can add... pattern's not copied properly. But we can go ahead and just do that manually. Like this. And that. Making sure everything still lines up correctly. And then this can get canceled out. And that guy gets moved in. Yep, that's about right. And then maybe there's another bigger line here that goes in between here. Like this. Just to add a little bit of spice to the life of the party. And all of this is dark. So it gets, oops, filled in. But because these two guys are here, that means this guy goes this way. To add some feel to it. And I think that works. Just about the same patterning style. With that said, we can go ahead and paste that table here then. And then we can work on making sure this table fits. Which shouldn't be too hard. We just have to make the table smaller. So if we lower this pattern down, how are we looking on table size? I can't see too well. Ah. Table's not that tall, apparently. We have to get rid of some of these patterns so that the table properly fits into what we had designed. Like this. That is a small sheet. And in that case, I'm thinking this sheet can come up. And this, yeah, I kind of like the way the sheet kind of folds over a little bit. Or I guess, you would expect the sheet to completely cover this one, right? The way it looks, feels. I feel like the sheet would come all the way up and be covered. We can cover this. And then this guy can get moved. Well, we don't want to... This keeps the pattern that we have. So we probably just want to copy semi-pattern. Like this. Oh, if it'll let me copy. And move it up. Okay. You can erase this guy. Oops. Like that. Then back down and do that. And what was the pattern? It was this guy, oops. This guy, this guy. So we'll have to flip it. Like this. Or did I flip it right? Control H? Oops. Feels like it's partially flipped correctly. But it still looks right. But I think that's a lot better compared to this. This is more so of a thing of like it's sliding towards you, but this one feels a little bit more correct. So in that case, we can go ahead and paste these guys where they belong, up here and up here. For a more better feel to the environment, I'd say. Though, it is odd how this one decided, yeah, you know what, I don't go there. So I want to see if I make the tables a little smaller and also hide the floor and the game screen. I see. These are going on one tile, which is correct. This table here isn't correct. The table would be here. And that's why it's incorrect. So if I make it normal now, yeah, that looks more correct. We're all good to go in that aspect, and we can go ahead and floor, screen, game mockup. That takes care of our tables for now. Ooh. We can go ahead and do the floor, I guess. Floor next, then wall. We can go ahead and think. Alright, so floor. Because we're doing this sort of pattern with the... what is it? Because we're doing this sort of floor pattern with... not floor pattern, but wood for this, I'm thinking the flooring can be stone. We can go ahead and I'm thinking another map for our parts. Probably another new tile map. I didn't mess around with tile maps before. I'm still working on learning them. For now, we can go ahead and hide the game screen, make the floor a little bit smaller, or where's our floor at? Hide the floor. Who's still visible? Well, no, it's not you for sure. Game screen attempt. Your rituals, that's alright, that's alright. Our furnishing is fine. The table, seat, tile map. Oh, something's not right. A ritual spot. I feel like there's a duplicate going. Oh, there we go. Figured it out. Everything else was showing. Now we're good to go. Floor is now floor. Well, that's good. And the good news is because we're working with more so tiles, we can we have a little bit better, clearer room. Kind of, sorta. At least here we do. But up here, it's not that clear. It's like half a tile. Part of a tile. Not really a tile. So maybe we can go ahead and clean that up a little bit. That way we're working with more tiles. So if I go in and I do wall. Where's their wall at? This boy out here. I go ahead and grab that. Oops. Grab that wall. Move it over so it's the start of this wall. Then everything kind of makes more sense a little bit more. Tile-wise. Like this. And then we'll probably need to also... This is the bottom of... This is right. This part, though. Nah. Let's see. This is the start of a tile, so this is right. Well, this is right. Why isn't this correct? This is correct. This is the bottom of a tile. So it's all tile. Then up here, this isn't the bottom of a tile. Which means... Gotta get moved down some, I think. I.e. all of this has gotta go down to here. Like that. Clean things up just a smidge. So it feels more coherent. I guess would be the best word for it. And then when we go to our tables and seat and table, oops. We don't need this seat and table, this was our singular seat. We can go ahead and get rid of that as now we have our tables and now we have our seats. And this is hopefully going to be our flooring. We go down here and do floor. And floor. And we definitely don't want it to be too bright, too dark. I'm definitely thinking something more purpley because we already have a purple feel going. We have this pink, we have a purple black, we have this yellow, so more of a purplish gray tone I'm thinking for a overall floor. So I'll go ahead and just do, what is it here? Hopefully I think I can just do, because this is a tile map, all of this will become a new tile, right? And I can go ahead and fill that in. All of this, and this gets filled in. And then I can go into here with this tile that I can hopefully select. And then I can just do this, oops, this to this. And then all of this gets tiled. This can get filled in with that tile. And, oh, we missed a little wall here, it seems. Let's go ahead and move this wall in. I think would be fine. We can grab this guy and move it in so it better aligns with everything. Grab that wall, slide it over. We'll just make sure our ritual spot has been unharmed. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe he has to walk in here and then stand here. I think that's good. Yep, you're all nice and fancy here, and then you go into this dark room. We can go ahead and add our floor. One over to the left, it seems, for our wall. Where'd you go, wall? Okay. So we can go ahead and grab that wall, move it back one, that way. Oops. It'll let me. Okay. Select and slide. There we go. We can go ahead and grab this wall here and grab all of you. Oops. Grab. I said all of you. There we go. Especially if we have the game screen in the background, you can see this is the feel we're getting so far. This is the floor, so we can go ahead now because we have the tiles. Makes it easy to just add. And then we can go ahead with our ritual spot and make sure that is also lined up. I'm thinking here. And then you can just have to stand here like on some pedestal sort of thing. Go ahead and make sure that ritual spot is all lined up. Right floor, we're good. Making sure. And I think we're good. Okay, so since these are all the same spot, when I draw on one of them, it'll draw on all of them. So if I do here, yeah, modify existing tiles. If I add, for example, here, look at that. Looks like some sort of, what is it? Like a weird looking carpet, right? From like a, skating rink, right? It probably has some like neon colors in it from like a skating ring, and you've got some greens here. That's what it reminds me of. Let me get some coffee, finish it off. Definitely looks silly. Alright, on to the laminated brat. I came prepared. Okay. Let's undo all of that. Maybe grab the screen. So that is our floor tile. We'll also need a wall tile. Do I need auto, modify, and reuse, or don't modify, generate, and stack new tiles? Okay. So we need a new tile for the wall. That's what I'm doing over here. And we'll just make it a brighter color, I guess, for now at least. And this guy is a new tile. Oops. And we'll just modify existing tiles. Make sure all of this is one tile. All of that. Actually, how do we want to do this? I definitely think the wall should be a different pattern, but for now we can keep it repeating and see where we go from there, I guess would be the best way to do things. But for now, this is wall, yeah. I say, yeah. I'll need a little bit more difference for our wall. But for now, let's just do flooring as a tiling and then come back later, soon, TM. For now, we can go ahead and go to our wall and I think change this to a purplish color to make it feel more dark, I guess? Maybe. It definitely feels darker, doesn't it? Maybe a little bit brighter as, again, we want to keep in mind our color mode. She definitely feels like she blends right in, right? Everything's not very bright compared to her, so she definitely feels like she's living in the world, and I think that's good. Now I think this is good. Sort of dark, but not too dark. And then we can do this as the trim, maybe a little bit warmer. Or maybe more over here. Maybe a little bit more. We can do a red here, maybe. Something like that. I like that a lot. I'm also thinking we can round out these edges a bit. Maybe something like that to make it feel less pointy. It adds a little bit of a round feel to it, I think. Only slightly, and that's all we need. Just a little slightly. Like that. And I think probably 1, 1, 2 here. And then we have 1, 1, 2 here. And then probably 1, 1, 2 here. And 1, 1, 2 here. There we go. Yeah, I think it's looking more like a basement, I'd say. Definitely has those dark colors, and it's definitely feeling more gothy. That is the vibe we're going for. It's gothy without actually having too much goth feel to it quite yet. Alright, with that said, let's get on to, and I'm actually just noticing, what is this up here? Is this the edging, or like a funny little spot here? Is that the table's fault? No. I see, interesting. This is not flooring, furnishing. I see. Furnish mockup. We really don't even need this anymore since we already have the furnish mockup, so we can go ahead and delete that. And just keep what we have. Just very nice. Alright. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Is this the floor we want to go for? Is what I'm wondering. Question number 1. And to answer that, as this is our floor, you can go ahead and delete this for now. But it'll let me delete. There we go. Right. Floor. And if we go back into our color mode again, where it's at, right, color mode, grayscale. Floor could probably be a little brighter, I'd say. So if we make it a little brighter... Actually... we want it a little bit brighter? Maybe more like that? I'm thinking just in terms of contrast, it's like, maybe, maybe not. It definitely helps, I think, with making her pop more. I think it helps. I think it works. As when it was darker, everything kind of blended in a little bit more, but you can definitely tell this is a spot you can sit at. These are spots, right? They kind of stand out, and that's the good part. And she stands out, I think, or at least she feels like she lives in the environment, and that's good. And since that's the case, now we can try to modify the tiles. And I'm going to make the floor just a little bit transparent so I can see what I'm working on, and I can hide the game screen so you can kind of see as well this pattern. And since we have that going, let's do a darker color for now. Darker, cooler color. And I'm right now just trying to figure out... Oh, did I do it wrong? Oh no, bring back my color. I don't want to edit tiles. Or, yeah, there we go. Okay. So maybe we want more sort of a pebbly, like, rocks, right? So if we add some... we kind of need to carve out stones. And I always have a little trouble, so let's see what other people do for when it comes to stones. We look here. Maybe we can do a sort of stone tiling, like here. When you think basement, or even just something like this, you can kind of see how there's big stones, right? Big stones, different patterns. Some of it's wood and dirt, and I definitely think because it's a very rich academy, they're not gonna have dirt for their basements. It's gonna be a little more high fashion than that. Here it's kind of like a bricky sort of pattern, so maybe we can do something a little more akin to that. Well, that said, let's see, if we do something a little more bricky, we can do it from, I'm wondering, maybe we should do left and right, and then we can do and right. Then if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, this will be another one, but then it's kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe instead it can be moved down to this one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. So maybe here, and 1, 2, 3 here, which then takes care of the 1, 2, 3 feel. And then if we're doing, I mean, I've done this pattern before, I'm just realizing. But we'll see where it takes us, as we can definitely add some variation to it, and I think that's gonna help tons. Oops. That goes there. This goes here. This goes here. And then we can go ahead and undarken that. Ooh! I quite like that, truth be told. It feels very dungeony, doesn't it? But it feels clean. Maybe a little bit too clean, I might say, even. But definitely feels nice. I'm liking it. And again, if we go back here into our color mode, you can definitely tell things stand out, but not too much. Let's go in and add a little bit more dark tones to the stone. Go down, a little bit cooler. And I think this is a little bit too dark, so down, cooler, just a smidge. And some dark feel to it, I think. And kind of just going along the lines and the edges and adding a little bit more cracked. Again, we don't have to do too customized with the colors and background. I think something like this works. And then we can go in a little bit, and going back to that pixel art of the day, right? We can kind of mess around with a lack of detail in some areas. Maybe like this. Maybe again, we can go here and maybe we can smooth out some areas here, like this. So it's not too detailed, right? A little bit of life in it, because it's the best way to say it. We can add some maybe edging here, and then we can add, I think, one more deep color just to add a little bit more oomph to it. Not too much. We don't want it too intense, I think. So something like this, maybe. Again, I think it's too much. I think it's too busy. So we can go back a little bit. And I think this is the right amount of busy. Where it's not too much, but it's just the right amount of grim. And in that case, let's see. Maybe we can add some variation. For example, maybe this can be a little bit brighter. Possibly. Nah. I say nah to that one. Probably something, no. I think this light pattern is just the right amount of detail, but it's not too busy. Maybe this can even be a little bit brighter, more in line with this darker. Maybe if I go down a little bit, or I mean cooler a little bit, where it's not as high contrast, I think. For example, even this is a little bit better. Like we have this one, which is darker, compared to this one, which is lighter. It's just that little bit of light, I think that helps. And then we need a wall pattern, and maybe we can even just do the back wall like that. We can give it a go. Definitely a little something different, I'm thinking. Because you can see if we go... Yeah, I'm definitely liking this wall feel a lot more. If we go into... where are we going? Here. Back in here. Great. And we have the wall trim is what I'm thinking. I'm trying to see if I can find a wall trim. I'm kind of thinking this cafe might be here. Right, it's out and about on campus, and campus is really huge, and maybe above it is a graveyard. Maybe this is an area where the... what is it? Not the graveyard keeper, but the person who deals with the graveyard would stay, as this place is going to be haunted with ghosts. So it definitely needs to have a reason that ghosts come here often, and I'm thinking maybe this was one of the reasons. There we go. I'm thinking there's a trim along the edge, and that's what I'm looking for here, sort of. Trim? I'm not really seeing a trim. Oh, here. Like here you can see there's kind of a trim along the outer line to kind of help set things apart. But trims seem to be fancy, and we definitely want fancy. Again, here's a sort of trim feel to it. Go back over here. Taking a semi-fancy trim, as it's still definitely dark and grim. But a trim, just a smidge of a feel. And I'm wondering if we want to do tiling or special tiling, and I think for now at least we can do a little bit. So I want to do a new, oops, cancel. New, what is it? It would be a new layer? No, new tile map. This will be wall. And then we can kind of go in and first make a wall tiling. Fill all of that in and then color it once we figure that out. And then we can go in with this guy, and this will be... wait. This is side... oops. Well, this would be side wall, right? Well, this would be like more so side wall. All of that. This would also be side wall. This would be side wall. Wondering if this will be side wall, but nah. For now we can keep this side wall. And I'm definitely glad I did do a tile map study, because this has been... well, this will be really helpful, won't it? Since I did it before, and now that I've done it, I know what I need to do. Otherwise, I'd be running around like a blind chicken. I am, but not as much. As far as walls go, let's see. I'm wondering if we want to do the similar stone pattern that we have, or if we want to change it a little bit, tweak it. I can go ahead and hide this wall for now. Or, never mind. Why is this wall empty? Didn't we just... ow, I must have deleted it. No clue when. We can go ahead and get rid of that wall, and then hide our true wall, and hide... well, make it opaque, just so I can get an idea what we're dealing with and go back to modifying. Now, as far as the wall is concerned, if we also want to do a sort of stony brick feel to it, how do we want to do it? If we look at these walls, where are we at? And Pura? Right. I definitely, towards the end of the game, want a wallpaper like this. I think that'd be fun. But for now, because it is the start of the game, I want something a little bit more old, like This is old. This feels old. This is more so basement-y feel. Maybe something a little bit more fancy once she's able to do more stuff. For now, this is old feeling, and this is a more so cellar. I'm thinking this is more cellar, but for a fancy place, or not fancy place, because I think they're a little old-fashioned, at least some older parts of the school. And since this is a older part of the school, maybe that's also why it's less accessible, or it hasn't been found out. So, I don't want to do wally rocks again, but I want to do a little something. So let's see. Let's start off with maybe a different color. I'm thinking maybe we can go a little brighter, as the students will be against this wall. So maybe something like this in the purple. I definitely think keeping to purple is helpful. This would be more of a reddish feel, and I definitely think that's fine as well, but this more so cool feel I think is helpful. There's also cool green we could go for maybe, but I kind of like the cool purple. I think it helps give off that magical feel without it being too bright and colorful. You can even do less saturation. Gray is so cool. Gray is definitely a color that's moved up there for me, as gray can definitely be a lot of different things, which is nice. But I'm thinking, let's get Gabby against this wall. It'll make things a little bit easier. This is standing against the wall. I definitely think she pops out, which is good. Number one priority is that she pops out. And then that said, we can go ahead and go to our wall layer and just start carving away. Let's try that. Give that a go and make this a little cooler. Make sure the opacity is lowered. And we can kind of go in, and I just find that so cool how you can carve, right? Okay, let's maybe do something into this. Maybe we have some sort of more rocky textures kind of coming in. This is hard. Rocky texture, right. I also want it to be round as well, so maybe something akin to this. I did run into this issue when I was doing my other rocky atmosphere. Right, just this more so rocky tone to it is tricky. I mean, this is pretty rocky, right? Ooh. Not too shabby. Truth be told, not too shabby. Maybe a little bit different, but kind of like the way it feels. Maybe just a little bit more organized. So, something a little cleaner. Might be more akin to this. Maybe we can take off the... Oops. Wrong color, hold on. Full screen this, grab that, and lower the lighting a little bit. Okay. Make that all small and then do something more like this. So get a little space, right? It's like bricks, but not bricks this time around. More so maybe even make sure it's fitting in that space. You go make sure by lowering the opacity there and making sure it's wide enough. Kind of going in and tweaking things here and there, making sure they're lining up and everything. Maybe we can add one more here. Oops. One more on each side. That way this one can go one more on each side. I think that's not too bad. Maybe we can add a darker color for now. Definitely feeling more stony. And that's good. We need more stony feel. We can go back in here and maybe chop some of this up. Less of that. And then maybe we can get some darker edges in here. Maybe a little darker. Not too dark, but something that kind of goes in here and kind of adds to a darker outline maybe. I am just trying this out and seeing how it looks up there. Not too bad. It's weird looking. Not sure if I'm going for weird looking, but it looks like something. That's for sure. And that's not what we're going for. We're probably gonna have to pack these a little bit tighter. Let's try that. Try moving things around a little bit. Slowly past a little bit. I do that because it's a tile, so everything you can kind of see. If we lower this down one, oops. Oh, there we go. Perfect. And kind of just moving everything a little bit to hopefully see everything a little bit clearer. For example, that's kind of now a little bit less. That. Shifting things around and seeing if I can make it a little bit more organized without the organized. Let's see. Maybe pull that guy up there. Nah. We're gonna have to be a little bit more strategic, it seems. We can go ahead and fill this in. Oops. If it'll let me fill it in. Let's see. What colors are on? Hi, Toolshed. Welcome. Welcome. I'm struggling with stone again. Oh, Neon. That's one of my many Achilles heel. But welcome to the stream. We're working on the wall right now for everything. We've got the chairs, seats, tables, floors. Now all we're missing is the wall. And the wall is hard. Definitely tricky. Okay. Starting from the top. So I'm thinking something vertical might help. Just in height-wise, as everything is kind of going side to side, and I think vertical would help. And if it's vertical, it also gives it a little bit more, oops. Vertical kind of gives it a little bit more flavoring as well, I think. As side to side, yeah, walls. Interesting ideas here. Maybe we can try shading stuff in. A shader method. Or at least a blobbing it in. It's a chessboard right now, isn't it? Kinda, sorta, yup. In a way. Slightly, one could say. I'm thinking maybe we can add, oops. A sort of blobby feel to it where it's circly. It's still got that magical feel, I'm hoping. I'm just being circles. Maybe we can do something like this instead. Kind of feels like it's aligning. Mayhaps. Hopefully. It's not just a dream. We're probably gonna have to make it wider. Or maybe even this is fine. Like that, and then that. Like it's a little bit of variation. Not too varied. Close, not too close. Let's see. Like that, a little bit of circles in there. I can already tell, nah, that is not the way to go. I'm thinking then we can just, oops. Make sure it's this and something like this. Yeah. Looks more like a jaguar tiling. Okay. Walls. One might even say I ran into a wall. Oh boy. Okay. When in doubt, look at some inspiration. We'll get this figured out and sorted. Eventually. These are more so... I mean, this says brick here, but the thing is we already have a brick floor. We could always do a brick wall as well, but I want a little bit of separation, a little bit of variety here and there. That's interesting. And here in Undertale, the wall's just all one solid color. As well, there's lamps across the wall. And here the wall is flat. Interesting. The thing of, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? And thinking of that, it's like, wall-wise, some walls are just one color, but I want a little bit of fanciness. Here you can kind of see the pebbles and everything. What can we do? What can we do? How can we make it feel old and rustic? You can see here they also have some bricks, but this is more so tiling. And this is just various walls. Various, what is it? Rocks, right? Maybe we do wood. We'll see. Oops. Go back into here and save. And I'm just thinking it's like, if we do like big massive rocks like this, and then like this, maybe it's the tiling that's making it feel a little off. And duplicate it. That could be it. I was hoping the tiling could help it feel a little bit better, but maybe not. I kind of space these in between. Kind of add some bit of a rocky feel. That kind of feels rocky, right? Maybe carve out a few less spaces, but mayhaps. Hold on. Maybe. We need less connected spaces and areas. So probably... Hold on. Let me try. Let me at least attempt before I go and say anything. Maybe something like that, and then we can extend this guy around a little bit. Like that. Maybe this guy can come up. I want it to have a navigation area that you can kind of see through the cracks and everything. But again, because it is the background, we want it to be less detailed. We don't want it to bring attention away from customers and everything. So it needs to be slightly detailed, but not too detailed that it takes your eyes away from what's really going on behind the scene. I'm trying to go around and see if I can add a little bit without adding too much. Right, there's kind of a line going across here. There's just a little bit going on, but not too much. And then maybe we can add a little bit of a shine. Not too bad. For example, actually, oops. I did this the wrong way around. It would be the opposite, wouldn't it? Hold on. Okay. Let me save these two colors, and then we'll also just grab a random color. Drive all of that, and then we can go ahead and do this as the dark color, and then this as the light color. Should be like this. There we go. And I'm curious as well, Undertale-wise at least, I want to see what they have for wall. Let's see. And thankfully, all I have to do that is go back to my sprite resource, and in Undertale, I can show you as well too. Go back in sprite resource here on Undertale. Yep, this is the one I want. I want to look at this here. This is like an undergroundish area. We can open these, and maybe this one too. Let's open this one, and maybe grab the Delta Rune one as well. Let's see. Well, hope I didn't miss anything. Okay, I didn't. And let's go into Delta Rune, as they kind of have a wall-y texture, right, with the stone bits. Trying to see, where is it at? The card castle. Nope. They might not have it on here. Now here, interior, right? You can see as well too. Look at this. Well, I'll download it, and then you can see. So, download, and then download, and download, and then we'll pop these open. I'm curious to see how the pros do it. And we'll go back into Aseprite. And then all I have to do is just take the downloaded and drag them in here. And then we can see. So for example here, it's interesting to note they have the wall trim that I want, as I do want a wall trim across the bottom, right? But some parts are detailed. Not all of it's detailed. It's very blank, which is surprising. A lot of it's blank, and that is an interesting door. Yeah, I think we should do something more akin to that. I think that's a little bit better. Well, this is less lit, right? That's why it's more so less detail. There's a few patches here and there across the wall to show that it's dark and ruined. I definitely do like that idea. For this one, there's a sort of wave motion going on, and then there's a trim across the bottom as well. This kind of looks like a gravel sort of thing. And then here we have... where is that? This is sort of like a rocky feel again with the waves. So let's try that instead, making it sort of a rocky feel. That might be a little bit better. You can kind of see some cracks in the stone. Great statue. Okay. let's try that approach then. And in saying that, go ahead and just fill all of this out then. Where is the different layers? Or you just don't want me to fill it out? I know this work was very hard, but I'm starting over Aseprite. There we go. So in saying that, we need to get rid of this bottom one, because this is the bottom trim. Bottom trim. And the bottom trim's different. Okay. So you do like a wavy motion to it. Let's start with light or dark, and then right here, maybe a wavy sort of feel. I don't think that's too bad. Sort of wavy action, and then we have another. We maybe have a curve here, and then a down here. Maybe a down like this. Nah, I'm not feeling that. Maybe instead, we have some details of the brick, right? That's what was had on there. We switch back over to light, then we go dark. Oops. And we have some bricky feels. Oh, trout pop up, but I can't see it. Hold on. Some cracks really spice up the wall. Yeah, I do agree. Maybe something like that. Oops. Cracks. I definitely think cracks is a good idea. Crack. Maybe... No, we don't want one singular line. We just need a sort of pattern. That's the thing with these guys. Maybe... you get broken up, and then... darker portions. Kind of a line in here. That maybe... that's not too bad. I definitely think the flat texture works a little bit better. We're adding a little bit of spice without too much spice. But... I'm definitely thinking it's because of the whole, what is it? Whole something. But I do like this idea. I think it just needs to be a little bit more organized. Let's try again. A little bit different. And definitely cracks. We can go ahead and fill that in. Lower the opacity. And do it a little bit more properly this time. Because I think that's a good idea. We'll start from here, make things a little bit easier. And then we'll just erase later. And... how do we do this one? Line here and line here? Or no, line here? Oh, hold on. Lines are a little messed up. Probably need a line here at the bottom. And a line here, and a line here. Yep. Nope, hold on. And here? We have one, I think the line is 3, right? Do we start from here? 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3 here. Like that. And then now we can add some bricks, and then we can add some cracks, and less actual layering, I think, will be helpful. We're kind of doing what we did at the floor, but not as similar as they hope. So probably even maybe a little longer to help also make it not look similar. Like that. And then we can kind of go in with this and start to take some pieces out of it. Maybe like that gets taken out. And maybe this as well gets taken out. And then we can take some dark specks or darker parts and add to the cracks here. Like that. And then probably also need to make sure the opacity's good. Back our lines, and then change the opacity, as I couldn't see what was going on. Yeah, this feels like a stone wall, and now we add some character to it. Usually I like to add the character with the dark bits here. And then... like, I think this kind of changes the feel of it for sure. Kind of changing up the styling aspect at least. Not too much that we have duplicates. I think that's what's really harming it at the moment, is the whole area of duplication. But not too much, just a little bit. Kind of this dark area I think is helping. Like that. And then, we do this kind of adds similar. So we'll probably have to do maybe a bit of variety in the wall, but still not convinced. Definitely still not convinced. Where do cracks go here? Cracks are kind of like a down. Maybe that's it. Let's see. If we move this guy down. Yeah, that definitely looks more like a crack, right? Maybe we move this guy down. Rid of this guy. Because again, we'll be seeing it from this part of the screen. And... I'm not convinced. Nah. There's something about this rocky wall. Let's go back a bit. Maybe we do have to kind of divide it to be a little bit more oomph. Let's go ahead and do duplicate. Let me copy this. And I think it'll allow me to do it. Or if I do auto modify, nope, don't modify existing tiles. So this would add a new tile. Perfect. Okay. Let's just go ahead and add a bottom for this part of the tile, like a bottom trim. Oops. There we go. This is this tile, right? Yeah, okay. And then we can go back to modify only these tiles. And then we can give this whole area a bottom part. And I think that'll be a little bit helpful. We can grab this tile. And since it'll be all this, and this will be the bottom, 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 bottom. And when we need the corners, again, we have, oh, this is fine. We'll take that top part, top, 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 top. I'm trying to figure out how to do this wall length. Maybe the wall needs to be grayer, possibly? I definitely do like the trim idea, and I definitely think it helps, but separation-wise, when I look at it from color mode, it's not that big of a separation. I think this is the bottom color. That probably has to change. Maybe we can make it a little bit darker, possibly to help it stand out less. Maybe we make it a darker purple, like this. Not modify it. Darker purple, I said. That. Oh, that definitely helped it popped out in a bad way. Maybe. Oh, okay. A little dark, a little more purple. Just a smidge. And then I definitely think it has to be softer to help with less, but just a question of how do. Let's see. This is our darker color currently, and it feels more dungeony, doesn't it? It's supposed to be more basement. How do basements regularly look? Basement. When in doubt, just basement. How do? Here we go. And where are we at? I can go back into pure ref. Scroll out a little bit, save, go into pure ref, and see what basements I can pull up. As again, you have basements that look like, oh, it's opening so many things. I just want one single image. Maybe I can copy the image instead. Here, this one image. Can you open that? Maybe. There we go. Hey, we have this wall here. It's very old looking. Maybe. Let's see. See, this one has a trim. I'm just thinking basement tiling. Oh man, look at this basement. Well, that's good basement. At least the basement that I'm thinking of using. Okay. And then there's just one too. And I like this one because it kind of has a fade at the top. Let me plate this. Zoom in a little. Okay. I think these these will be helpful. I'll slide this over and we can go back into Aseprite. And then some basement inspo. I'll slide these over so I can better see them on my screen. Like that, and probably move Aseprite up a little bit to this. Okay. First things first, I think making these tiles bigger would help. Let's make them thicker, I think. Probably moving everything up one might help. Like that, and then you get moved up, and you get moved up. Right, a little bit more space. We can see, maybe we can do really big cinder blocks instead. We'll go in here and do, oops. And if I do all of that, it's still 1 and 2. We can do that, that's fine. Let's try doing just 2, I think would be handy. For example, we might take that dark color that we had and just separate it in half and separate this in half. And there's our 2. And then this would also need to be separated. So how many are we doing right now? Kind of. Still need to keep the same number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 needs to go here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then that goes there. And then this can kind of get, oops, not continuous. That gets filled in at the bottom. So instead, maybe we have thicker bricks compared to the other bricks that we have. That was one difference, right? Maybe also the lines in between the bricks are also thicker. Something like this instead. And you can go ahead and do separate. Make sure it comes all the way down. Okay. How does this look instead? I think that looks better, definitely. But this top part a little here is... it's like off by a little bit, right? Maybe we can move everything down 1? That might help. I'm not sure how that's gonna look and factor in. Oh, no! Factors in fine. I think that looks a little better. Though, this needs to go... Thank you, Zach. I appreciate you coming out, and thank you. I will need that help. We'll see how this will go. It's not going too bad, it's just... yes. Okay. So I think big bricks like we have on here in the references definitely helps. And then maybe we can add a shiny part, maybe. We'll see. Alright, so let's try maybe a bit of a highlight. Warmer up here, maybe something like this. Add more variety. I think that looks a little bit better, right? Up here. Or, again, gotta make sure we're looking at it from the game screen aspect. Probably has to be a little bit brighter. Brighter, warmer. Make sure it's warm. A little over here. Like that. You can definitely see the shine in it now. And then, let's see. Probably also have to have, well, we don't have to, but I think a little variation would be nice. So maybe a little bit more purple. This brick is. No, we can't really have variation, can we? Maybe a smidge like this. I mean, this doesn't look too bad, does it? Not too shabby. And then this dark purple will need some variation up here and to the right. Probably that will be its shiny area. A little bit more brightness. Okay, that's a little too bright. We want it to shine, but we don't want it to shine. So probably like this. Got a little bit of oomph to it. And then we need a little bit of darkness to our brick. Oh, too dark. A little bit. Just a smidge of dark feel to the area. A little bit darker. We don't want it too dark. Probably that for now. Now this kind of coming in. A smidge to add some variation to our Bricktopia, so to speak. Add some lines here. That maybe. I don't think that's too bad. Maybe we can add a little bit darker feel to the walls. Like this. And add a little bit of here. Just a smidge. Not too different, but it definitely stands out a little bit more, I will say. Like that. And then, because this kind of blends in, right? If we go to our color mode again, grayscale, kind of blends in a little bit at the bottom. So maybe we can add this dark color too. Change things up a little bit. Let's give it a go and try. Oops. All of this just gets changed to be a dark color at the bottom, I'm thinking, but me. Not too sure about that. I think we can change it by a bit, and also that gets altered. So I'm thinking, maybe we need a darker color? Like that? Maybe even darker. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. I don't think so. No, not too shabby. It definitely adds a bit of a trim, which I do like. The question is, how are we looking in terms of color and hue and all of that? I'd say she still stands out, right? You can still see her clearly. Maybe the purple needs to be a different tone compared to her hair. So we can definitely change that a little bit. As they kind of blend in right now. Maybe make it a little bit brighter. Yeah, this purple's gotta change a smidge. So her hair's not too similar. Let's see. Maybe this is a better color for it. Grayscale. It's gotta be darker. Maybe that. How's that looking for hair? I'm messing around with the colors. Probably a little darker. Still. Maybe something like that. I can definitely see her hair now, and that's good. We always want her to be very recognizable compared to everything else, and I think that definitely helps a lot more. In that case, let's go ahead and probably change the shift of hue for everything else a little bit, or maybe we can even just do... If we go back a little bit, right? And we can try something new. There is a way to change the single layer itself. Okay, and I need, I think, maybe hue? I change this. Look at that, isn't that cool? We can make it purple, we can make it green, make it brown. I'm thinking maybe we change it a little bit. Maybe we can make it a... Right now we need to change the saturation bit, I think. My eyes! Ow! It hurts! Whoa, okay. Keep that the same. Maybe darken it a little bit? Ooh, I quite like that. Then maybe we can change the hue. I like how the hue was with the purple. Let's go back to that purple. If I can find the purple. Was that like purple there? Saturation. Yeah, I'll kind of keep it like that, probably. Oh! What a shame! All my colors! Can you add a blue pixel somewhere? Sure! As soon as I figure out how to change this dark, it definitely looks more nighttime though. I like this look. But yeah. Also, welcome, Awesome Anthony! Welcome to the stream! Undo. Can I keep that? Oh, I can keep that dark color. Perfect. Like that. Wonderful. We get to keep it. Alright. Blue, though. That's interesting. What's your reason for asking for blue? Let's see. We had blue. Blue. Let's see. Blue. Maybe here. Oops. Blue. This is a little hard to add since we're dealing with reds. I'm also thinking maybe this is a little bit too dark for their walls. But blue. I do like the blue idea. Maybe because the blue and the purple, I'm guessing. Here, let me figure out this wall, and I will also like the shading. Thank you. Hear me out behind the tables. Maybe the flooring, I think? Like this? This should be blue? Oops. Make sure it's the right one. Oh, I don't think I did the right color. Take this color, maybe bluer up there. Here. Ooh. That's not too bad. I like it. Maybe a little brighter. Pull them apart. Okay, it's a little too blue. I do like it. Probably that blue, right? If we check our color modes again, that's pretty good. I think everything stands out a lot better than it did before. She still stands out against the background, and that was the most important part. Making sure she stood out against everything. And I think you can definitely tell she's popping out, right? Maybe we can add a little bit more highlights to the stone. Or maybe we can add some cracks here. Or, how can we do this? Maybe like this. Maybe like that, and then we are cracking coming from below. Ooh, crack. All nice and spooky. We'll probably need to add some variation. And we can do that by doing don't modify existing tiles. There we go. I should be able to grab this tile and add a crack to this one. And it should work. Let's see. If I do none more and then don't modify existing tiles. And if I take this tile and I've add that crack and then go back to only manually edit, then I can just grab this bad guy here and add it to some of the tiles for variation. And then erase it since we don't need it, and we can just add it on here, and we can back up a bit and then go back to brush. Maybe I mean, if we had a light here, it's not in this brush mode. Definitely do like this. I think this is working out great. Maybe not so dark here for this part. Maybe only dark for the deepest part of the tile. Maybe something like that. Definitely do like the crack feel, and then we need another crack here, right? Let's see if we can add another crack. The crack would go... It'd have to go in this bottom corner here. Let me add this, and then again we go back to this. And maybe like that could be one for the bottom of the tile. And then we can go ahead and just grab it and make sure we go back to regular tile mode and then grab it. We can go back to this bottom guy here, and some cracks at the bottom can be added for variation. Like that. And then we can go ahead and grab that one here. That one can kind of be cracked. This one can also kind of be cracked, and oops. Definitely liking this a lot. And then turn this off. Now let's see. Grabbing a few more here and there. I'm thinking, what can we do? If I add like a light tone here, it kind of shows, nah. I kind of like that just overall cracked. It feels darker, doesn't it? It definitely gives off a very dungeon-esque feel, and I mean, it is a basement. It's a spooky gothic basement, but not too spooky. We get some water. Right, this is the start of the game, where she's just came down here and she's just started her cafe, so she doesn't have a lot to work with. She's just able to get a few rugs or sheets to cover up the tables, move some of the crates aside, and bam. Now it's a little bit more homey, but not quite yet what it needs to be, but it's getting there. And eventually she'll be able to add some cool special stuff, and maybe she can get a wizard in here to change the floors and tiling. The construction wizard. And eventually, she'll be able to make it look cool. But for now, this is what she has to work with. And I think that looks great. Maybe a more darker blue here for the very bottom line. Maybe it can kind of come up a little bit in its correctness. I don't know, I'm just adding to see. Mayhaps. Like this? I mean, that's not too bad. Definitely adds some variation, right? Too bad, not too bad. It's always fun to just see, huh, maybe I add this pixel here. Huh, maybe I add this pixel here. How does it look? It's neat and it's handy. That makes for an overall nice feel, but I kind of think that works. When you're zoomed out, I like the feel. I like it. I like it a bunch. And that said, we're just about done, I think. Now we just need to add that trim part, right? That is this part here. The trim feel to the wall, which shouldn't be too hard. And I'm trying to wonder... Here in... Oh boy, too many tabs, I tell ya. We can close this. We can close this as well. And... do we need you? Nah, we don't need you. We can come back if we need to. Back here, you can kind of see, right? There's very little trim at the top for Chrono Trigger. Right, trim at the side, trim at the top. And then on here, again, not really a trim. Here, no trim in Deltarune. But then here in Stardew Valley, there's a trim, which is interesting. There's a trim all the way around. But if we go back to if I can find it. Here, I know I have it in my PureRef. Let's just reopen PureRef and you can see what I'm talking about. Up here in Undertale, there's a wall, and the wall has lighting, which is interesting, as everything else is flat, but here there's a wall, right? You can see here, kind of a trim, kind of a wall. It depends, it seems like. There's a trim all around here to add trim again. Like, I think of, do we want to add a trim? Do we not want to have a trim? And I think adding a trim adds a bit of flavor to the game. If I say add a trim, make it interesting. Even here kind of has a trim. Let's go ahead and add a trim. And almost got confused where I was for a second. Okay, let's start up here with this guy. Right, and we can go just ahead and just add the top. Basic regular top. And then modify basic regular top so that it is more wally. Step 1 would be that trim, right? And to do that, we can kind of just start off with it being all this line. And then go back to here, so it's a single one. And all of this can get cut off. Oops. Maybe make it a bigger brush. That's a little better. And then all we have to do is do all of that. Like that. And now that takes care of our top trim. And we can add it for all of these guys here. Top trim. That's a corner one. We'll have to come back to that one. Now the question becomes, okay, top trim, how do we want to modify you? Because again, we're dealing with a game screen that's gonna look like this. Right? And it adds a nice cozy feel to it just because this is brighter than the black. I mean, is this black? It's black. We can make it a little less black, maybe more of a this black. That way it's not so grim. It's still black, but now it's not black. We could even do something a little less dark. Right? The game screen can be a little less harsh with the black. This is a little bit brighter. Okay. With that said, what color do we want to do the trim? And truth be told, I quite like what we already have for a trim. So let's see how that feels. Because this can kind of just be the game border. It doesn't technically have to be the wall, does it? Maybe then we can come in and make it... I really do like that crimson. I think that helps in adding a very Gothic-y feel to it. we can just maybe do one of these moves where it's all bright up top. But I kind of like this. I kind of think it makes it look nice. So that said, now we can kind of go in and edit a little bit, right? So we can go ahead and modify. Hold on. Oops. Select. And then I select you. And I paint you. Oops. Paint you. Then make sure don't modify stack. And actually, that works, doesn't it? Never mind about that round corner part. We can just go ahead and add that. I think that works fine. Yeah. Wow. We're just missing this guy here for our stairway. And then we should be good to go. Okay, okay, okay. In that case, I think we might have to make a little bit different. Oh, make it a little bit tweaked. As our current tiling, I don't think works for what we need it to. I think we have to tweak it a little bit. So I'll grab this tile guy here, just to place here so I can copy it. And then paste here. Did we do it? Oh, no, I don't think I did it. Can I copy you? Will you let me copy you? Oh, I think I ran into this problem last time where the tiling didn't want to work properly with my copy and pasting. Nope. Okay, that's okay. We can work with it. We can be civil about this for now. In that case, we can go ahead and modify, I guess, the edges here. Right? Or, oops. Wrong modification. It'd be this guy and this guy. And then also, oops. This guy. And this guy. And we can go ahead and click modify. And now we just choose half of that for the tiling. We can go ahead and go in and just edit this so it doesn't think it's the same. And then go back to modify existing. So now all of these get critiqued on their own. And oops, I modified the wrong area. Hold on. Like that. Erase and erase. And then go back here. There we go. Nice and easy. And then we can erase, so now this is a half part. All of that is its own tiling. Now, for the stairway, I'm thinking. Maybe, how can we do this? It's a little tricky. I can go ahead and copy this tile, and because we already have that half, this is half. You can copy this tile, make that one half. And then all over here, we just need that arch door. So I can go ahead and undo this, and now... Maybe we can start off by making this flooring work with everything else, right? So maybe this flooring can come up some. Oops. Like that. And then we need a new tile here for... Oops. I need a new tile, if you don't mind. There we go. And then back to old tiles. So now this new tile works with everything else. So let me see, if you can kind of see here, it tells you the number of tiling. Oh, in tiling. We can do that. And then I want a sort of staircase. That's what I want. And I haven't done a staircase before. Curious how staircases are done in other games. If there's any staircases here, please now speak. Is this a staircase? I don't know. Staircase, staircase? Ah, look at that. That's a staircase. It kind of has like a dark shading, right? That could work for us. And here, I don't think there's a staircase here. Yeah, no. Not in the Stardew Valley. Ooh, I definitely think we'll also need to add some barrels as well. Give it a little bit more life and flavor. Let's see, let's see. I don't think there's a staircase here in this game. The staircase kind of goes sideways, right? Okay. Well then. We can give it a go. Let's see. We can start off by maybe having the dark side of the staircase. So for example, maybe like this, and let me get out my equal meter. best way to describe it, so I can make sure everything is going to plan, right? This goes here, perfect. Okay, so if we grab Gabby here. Hey, hi Gabby, let's move you over. As she'll be, this is the lowest she can stand on now. We might have to make either her feet brighter or the floor, bottom part of the floor darker, as I can't see her feet. Otherwise, we need a staircase. And I'm thinking, I kind of like the way there was like a corner staircase, right? Let me kind of show you with the lime green as an example, like maybe some sort of, oops, didn't mean to select her. Like some sort of staircase that kind of comes around, right? With some steps like this, right? I kind of like that idea, where it looks like it's wrapping around, but we can do a staircase that comes straight down. It's not too bad. That would just kind of be a thing of this big, and it kind of goes smaller, 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 to show it's going up in space. It just depends. We can attempt and see what we can get to. For now, I won't do it on the tiling just because I'm not too sure what we're doing. And give it a go. Go here, and go below Gabby, as Gabby is the main sizer for everything. And we do still see some of the staircase, right? Probably this, and then if it's here, probably see a little bit like that, and then probably like that. Oops. I think it's more like that. And then you kind of just keep going, but eventually the staircase has to kind of have some volume in it, right? If it's going higher up, means you're looking up, right? The ratio, I guess. For right now, it's 50-50, right? Let's see. If I go back to my 1 pixel, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3. For right now, let's do 4. This guy gets moved, oops. This guy gets moved up 1, and then copy you, paste you, go up, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. You go up 1, and then we can go ahead and copy and paste. This is stairs adjacent. And this would be your kind of entrance, dark entrance, right? So doing that, we can't really see stairway, I'd say. If anything, I also think the stairway would come out a little bit to show it's a part, not a part of the extra part, maybe? Or, No, we can keep it in line with here, right? But because it's going up, the ratio kind of has to change. For example, when we're at the bottom, we probably wouldn't see very much of the top. Probably have to move this down. Oops. Like that. Probably, mayhaps. Because we are not seeing much of the side of the staircase. So if this is 1, right, probably have to then be 2. Kind of making more so a ratio here. So it's 2, and then maybe 3. Oops. 3, is that 3? Yeah, that's 3. And this is 4. But I'm thinking it probably has to be like a 3, 3, 2, 2 sort of thing. So this is 2, 2. And then we need 3 here. And then another 3. And then probably a 4. Kind of make it more perspective. Does that help? Does it seem like it helps a little bit? I'm hoping, but never tell with these things. Kind of just a thing of, does it, even if I flip it, it kind of doesn't help. Oops, it doesn't flip the tile map. Interesting. I didn't know that. If I flip the whole board, it doesn't flip the tile map. Overall though, I think it works fine. Yeah, probably just have to change some of the heights of stuff, and yeah, we are gonna have to move over just a smidge. So we are good to go here, I think. Probably more so akin to this for stairs. You can definitely see the tops of the table, right? So I think it's okay to see some of the stairway. Probably like this, more so, if anything. I think it'd be like that, and maybe it would be a little bit in perspective. Oops. I did not mean to do that on her layer. Let's go back, make sure it's on the right, proper layer. And then go ahead and select all and copy everything. We should be good to go. There we go. Okay. And I'm thinking we can kind of possibly do like this to help make it feel more like stairs instead of just straight down. Like perhaps do something like that, right? Like a sort of, what's the word for it? Like a thingamajiggy. I'll figure out the word. But it kind of shows the stairs go up in space. That's what I'm thinking. It's a little less short or a little less tall, right? Probably don't even need all of this. Probably a little bit, and maybe they come out of the darkness. They definitely have to think of how are they gonna spawn, right? If I do this, it looks like they're coming from downstairs, right? You're coming from downstairs going upstairs. Therefore, I have to do it in the reverse. Ah, I see. But then it looks like you're going top bottom, so it's interesting. This is tricky for sure. Because I think when you're looking from down up, right, you kind of have more upstairs. It kind of looks more like this, I feel like. Let me make sure I'm swapping correctly. Like this is what I would think of in terms of stairs. If they're slowly going back in space. Because they're going up in space. And then this is a bottom, right? We have bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. So we need top. Like here. Great. Maybe there's a entrance, right? And this is sort of a hallway. Ah, maybe that's it. This is the top of the stairs. This is the bottom of the stairs, right? Like that. So in that case, you wouldn't be really able to see much of anything going on. Because it's all like this. And this is just the top. And it's them coming down the top. Maybe you can see a little bit. So maybe also bring this down one as the stairs. The stairs are really tall. We don't need them to be that tall. Especially because the students are gonna spawn through them. Probably like that. As what I'm thinking is the outside is probably gonna look something akin to this. I'm thinking this. Right, you open the door, and when you open the door, you're entering into here. This is here. Door up there, you're down here. That's the idea I have to go off of, but it can definitely change. Let's see. In this case, do we want to add a door up top or just the void? That is what I've been calling it, the void. For now, I think this is fine. Probably a little shinier at the top. Oops. A little shinier at the top to show off that it is light. And then we can probably add some torches later, right? Some torches for the students to come through, I think will be nice. For now, we can kind of maybe highlight that this area will be the door room. Oops. Where are you, void? Gotta go down a few layers. Down, into wall. Nope. Void. There we are. Hi, void. And speaking of, this wall can be erased. This, I see. Okay. For now, we'll let this door deal with itself. Well, we definitely will, at least. Yeah, okay. This is all part of the wall. So for now, we'll put the void above the wall. Which means the stairway can go above it. Stairway. Right now, I think this is good. I think this is in tip-top shape. Yeah. I'll be able to go back and change it later. And for now, let's make this void a different color. Not as dead looking. Merge this down. And probably not this bright color. Probably more of a less bright color. Stairway, merge down. This is the entrance, we'll call it for now. And then we can go ahead and make this dark color where the actual, like, entrance at the top of the stairs is, right? Maybe something like this. And then this is sort of where you come in at. This is like the top of the stairs, and then you're at the bottom of the stairs. Probably have to even make it a little bit smaller to show it goes back in space a bit. Maybe like, oops, like that. Maybe a little bit shorter. Like that. Oops. Like that. Probably. Nope. I think that works out great. And probably a little bit more curving. Definitely still more to do. For sure. We'll have to figure out this. We'll have to add some lighting to add a bit of flair to everything. Aside from that, I think this is a great stopping point, and we can end it on time too. Overall though, this is looking great. I'm excited, and I'm glad I also have this scheduled for tomorrow. So we'll continue this tomorrow. We'll add some lights and torches. We'll add the doorway area, I think, and just spruce it up a little bit more. And then on Sunday, we'll work on actually making this area walkable, so you can walk around, and hopefully maybe we can get to spotting the customers. We won't be able to have them sit down quite yet, but yeah, we'll make this playable after we finish it, and that'll be fun and great to go. So thank you for joining me. This has been fun. This is exciting this is exciting. I haven't gotten this far before, and now that we are, it's like, wow, my idea is actually coming to life, and I hope all of your ideas are able to also come to life soon enough. Yeah, thank you for coming, and hopefully see you tomorrow, if not some other time. Alright, catch you later.